Hello, 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 and welcome back to Grim Dawn Fangs of Asterkarn. So, last we left off, we managed to clear the remainder of the path to Burrwitch and fought our way to our first, shall we say, act boss. We also managed to fight our way through two optional bosses, which I was very hesitant to go up against, but turns out they were kind of the opposite of what I expected. The two bosses that I'm speaking of, Salazar and Gutworm, they are usually very hard even when you're leveling on like normal difficulty. By the time you get there, they're sometimes too strong and you might need to come back later. Gutworm in particular tends to be a problem. This time around, it was actually Salazar that kicked our ass. And Gutworm was surprisingly easy. I don't know if that was changed or if maybe just our build kind of has a better chance against him. Maybe it's the fact that we're full melee and I was able to just stand there in melee, take his hits, because a lot of his dangerous abilities happen at a distance. Maybe that was that. Our journey to Salazar was considerably more problematic because we relied on the fact that our Chaos and Vitality resistance, which I thought was the damage type that he was going to be dealing, turns out it's primarily Chaos. I looked it up after. I thought our Chaos resistance is going to keep us afloat. Well, unfortunately, it seems that he either gained or has always had some physical damage in his attacks as well. And given that our health pool is not the highest, that was the downfall. We died there quite a few times. But surprisingly, the journey paid off. I thought it was just going to be, a waste of time, essentially just completionist expedition. But the cultists that are in that area, not Salazar himself, cultists that are in that area can drop these scepters. And we found two of them. Now, I knew these scepters exist. They were in the base game, and the expansions added modifiers to them for Sigil of Consumption. What I didn't realize, was that it also supports Chaos Werewolf now with the Fangs of Asterkarn update. And that just so happens to be what we are playing. So we picked up two of those, enabled dual wielding on our Berserker tree, and not the way that I wanted. I'm going to eventually take Frenzied Cry and spec out of Implements of War, but for now, this will do. And when we started our last stream, our damage was 4,000, or 4,500, I think, DPS per second. DPS per second, that's redundant. Damage per second. Now, we are doing nearly 20,000. So, that's a major improvement. We've also managed to solve the majority of our resistances. Not all of them, unfortunately, Aether was our weakness, which we paid for dearly when we were fighting Warden Krieg, who is primarily Aether-focused, so that cost us a few lives, but we recovered. Otherwise, most of our resistances are handled, which means we should be sort of set up on the defensive front. Our health could be better, but we can't really do anything about that yet. And our damage should be decent. And that should mean that we will be able to make much faster progress now than we did in the first two streams, which were kind of plodding, I must say. But that was to be expected because we were starting Ultimate difficulty with nothing but the items that we find. I didn't do any of the prep work that you would usually do starting on Ultimate by going to lower difficulties, picking up Devotion Shrines, equipping the leveling Lokar set. I did none of that. I wanted to go in straight and see how it feels to play Werewolf without any advantages. And it was rough, but we managed to push through. Hopefully now, since we are kind of set up, we won't be having that much trouble, won't be getting held up by specific bosses. I can't think of many enemies coming up that should pose much of a challenge, although the game always has a way to humble me when I least expect it, because it is quite possible that where we are headed, a lot of the damage that will be coming our way will be difficult to mitigate by being physical, which we barely resist. And so, yeah, we'll see about how confident we actually should feel. Another thing that I did since last stream, I said that since we set up into dual wielding now, I was originally headed towards the Kraken devotion up here. That is no longer relevant because I think it's going to be very, very difficult for any two-handed item that we find, even with Kraken, to overcome the damage bonuses that we're getting from our two scepters. So I respect out of the direction leading towards Kraken. I kept the Sailor's Guide because that's helping us with some of our crowd control resistances and elemental resistances. And I started heading towards Ghoul. That is going to be a devotion that we're going to be using at endgame as well. But for now, primarily, I think we need some fail-safes. Because as long as we are like keeping up with our damage, not getting crowd control, stun locked or stuff like that, we're doing fine. We can recover health okay. Problem is when we do get stun locked, we may be stun locked too long, drop too low, and we won't have enough time to recover, or we just get killed before we even shake off the stun. This will help us in that, because even though it doesn't mitigate any crowd control, what it does do is increase our physical resistance when our health drops low, which is the hardest to resist damage type is going to be physical. It also gives us a bunch of lifesteal for the period where the buff is active, and it increases our attack speed. So when we do drop low, we will be able to recover very quickly. It will have a cooldown, so we cannot rely on it all the time, but I think it will help us for now. And we also will be able to start leveling it up so that it gets better and better along the way. This will be the first devotion that we start, devotion skill that we start getting experience on. After that, I think, if I remember correctly, I might start heading, even though we are currently playing as Chaos, I might start working on Tsunami, because that is going to be devotion that we're going to be using on the final build. And hey, any little bit of damage helps. Even though it's currently just 20% of our main hand and offhand damage, the cold and lightning damage we're not really scaling, but it also helps defensively by making enemies fumble their attacks, so basically just miss us, regardless of our defensive ability. So let's see how that goes. Since we've done with Burrwitch, we're essentially going to be starting the quote-unquote second act, if this game was normally divided into acts. There is one NPC that you see here, the Emissary, that appears after you kill Warden Krieg, but he is only present here if you have the Forgotten Gods DLC, which you do require to play Fangs of Hesterkarn. So that gives us the option to go to the what would be called the second expansion, the Forgotten Gods, but I'm going to leave that for last. So we're going to run into him several times, but I'm not going to talk to him yet, because whatever he says is not going to be relevant for now. Also, this is a funny part, since we're going to be, you know, our next objective is, as you can see, repair the bridge leading northwest out of Devil's Crossing. So that is this bridge right here. Since we're going to be repairing stuff, I thought might as well touch on this thing. So this Old Grove Bridge repair site. This is a little, let's call it an inside joke. When you start here, since vanilla, there were these pointers, these markers, showing you where you're going. Okay, so this is Devil's Crossing, this leads towards Homestead, Arkovian Foothills, and down here is Old Grove. And people were speculating, what is down here? What is Old Grove? Is this something that is going to be unlocked later? This repair site wasn't here. There was just broken bridge, and that was it. And people are begging Crate, the developers of this game, please add Old Grove here. We want to explore. Well, what Old Grove actually was an inaccessible area where beyond here devs had a little, like, let's call it a playground, where they basically had like broken geometry and like basically a testing space for stuff that the players are not supposed to have access to. So this was locked off. And so eventually, after some time, a long time actually, the devs quote-unquote caved and gave us Old Grove. So let's go that way. Repair site. It will require a whole bunch of scrap and 50,000 iron bits. Oh, I didn't figure that into my calculation. 50,000. Oh, that's not too bad. We can afford that. So this bridge once connected Devil's Crossing to the Old Grove to the south. It must be restored before you can cross it, although you likely won't make it very far. Oh, so it's going to be very, very difficult, right? You're not supposed to maybe head this way yet. No, they're quite literal in this case. Repair the bridge to Old Grove, and that's the extent of it. Great are such trolls. The only thing you get down here for all that repair material and all that anticipation, out of order. You cannot go through. There's a scrap pile. There's a legendary that is 94 that's always drops on ultimate at this level. And I mean, it's a cute legendary. Essentially, it's like a little inside joke where this is a shield, but you can actually, when you look at under the totally normal arbiter, it's actually a one-handed mace. So you can use a shield as your weapon, just for the fun of it. So you can have a shield in the offhand, shield in the main hand, and just go, I don't know, Avol cosplaying. That's not quite right. Avol didn't use two shields. Okay, so now we're going to head to the direction that we were supposed to go, which is Arkovian foothills. Bridge once connected Devil's Crossing to the Arkovian foothills to the northwest. It must be restored before you can cross it. 6 scrap, 12,000 iron bits. Boy, would it be embarrassing if I spent all my iron bits down there repairing the bridge that leads nowhere and then didn't have enough for this and had to farm. That would be sad. So, here we're going to start coming up against new enemies. No more ethereals for now. Cronley's gang. We already encountered some of these guys in one of the caves. I think it was in my first stream. They were holding some rovers hostage. So these guys are followers of a gang leader that was held up in Devil's Crossing back when it was a prison, and now he has this little organized group. Well, I say little. There's quite a lot of them. Actually, I'm kind of surprised where they're finding so many people. Given that, you know, this is supposed to be an apocalypse. Where are they finding all these survivors to join a gang? I guess he's an industrious fellow. Kill Edmund Shanks Doyle is our next objective, so we need to find a guy. And he has quite a retinue. Thankfully our damage really is as good as I thought it would be. Remember to curse him. Reduce his chaos resistance. There we go. Bye-bye. Edmund Shanks Doyle. You'll pay for this. There is once this prison, and when he finds out what you've done, his blood will wish I shanked you dead. Rest in peace, scum. Let's kick some butts. So, is there some nice gear for us? We'll be heading back immediately, just for the quest reward and our next objective. But first I'm gonna clear these gangers out. They do hurt, kinda, because most of it, I guess, is physical damage. Maybe their pistols are doing purely piercing, which should not be a problem for us. I do already have 80 piercing resistance. Ah, there's more. Hello, boys. Sorry to interrupt. Okay, so let's go home. Turn in the quest.
Well, did they like our housewarming gift?
I killed a man in charge by the name Shanks. So, in-universe question, how do I know his name is Shanks? I mean, I know as a player that, you know, he has a little name card above where his hit points are, but he didn't introduce himself to me.
You work fast. I like that. We'll need more of that for what's coming next.
It's our next target.
Darius Cronley. Last I've seen his face, they almost hung him for a double homicide. The warden intervened at the last minute in favor of a life sentence in Devil's Crossing. Seems there were ulterior motives after all. Darius Cronley is the devil made manifest, devious and manipulative with a penchant for sin of every kind. He's the one running this gang, and he's the one we need to go after next.
Do you have a plan?
We have to hit them hard and fast, leave no room for a counterstrike. I've only seen a portion of their operations in the region, but they are really entrenched on the 4 hills in Old Arkovia. Shanks surely wasn't Darius's only lieutenant, so I suggest you find the rest and kill them. We don't want one of them taking over after Darius is dealt with. I don't have any names for you, but they will probably have equally clever prison names as our dead friend Shanks. But to really end this, you need to cut off the head of this operation, Darius Cronley. If what I hear is true, you will find him hiding out in the mines underneath the 4 hills. Lastly, my scouting partner Elsa must still be out there with them. If I venture to guess, Cronley has her in his clutches. Save her from that brute. I hear you are quite capable, so don't let me down. When you find yourself out there, I recommend you seek out a man by the name Quaid. He and his group forsook the peaceful ways of the Rovers in favor of fighting back against the outlaws. And I'm glad they did. It was Quaid's people that pulled me from the jaws of death.
We already know what happened to Elsa. We talked to him last time. So I will get on it. One thing I can do, actually, since I'm here, by progressing our reputation with Devil's Crossing, we gain access to the bounty table, which, I mean, it's not a system that you end up using very often, but it's a decent way to farm up some extra experience and materials. And it's a pretty useful thing to do here because, at least in the past, Cronley's gang was one of those hostile groups that was pretty difficult to get any infamy with, because the gang isn't huge compared to the other hostile factions. So getting any help with getting the negative reputation up with them is handy, and this was a good way to do it because you can force a specific boss to spawn, actually multiple bosses to spawn, and killing bosses, or I guess I should say heroes, of a given faction will give you more negative reputation with that faction than just killing normal enemies. And so you could repeatedly farm the one boss. There was actually a way to one specific bounty spawns a boss right next to the leader of the gang. So while you're doing a round to kill the leader, you would also get extra infamy by killing the sidekick, so to say. Take a look at a bounty. We do not want to be dealing with reanimators, so that would be a bounty for ethereals. That would lead us back up north towards Burrwitch. So the next bounty. Yeah, Roast of the Aether Flame. So this is one of his heroes, not the one that spawns right next to Cronley, but that's fine. We will not be reaching Cronley for a while, so we can take this one. Bounties will also give us some XP. I don't know how significant it's going to be for us at this point. If it's going to give us a major chunk to the next level, or if it's just a little helping, but XP never hurts. Oh, I forgot to mention at the start, I'm probably going to stream a little shorter today because I'm kind of cooked already. Cooked, not baked. There's a difference. Don't do drugs, kids. So fatigue is probably gonna set in a little sooner than usual. So I might only go for 3 hours probably. And tomorrow is likely not gonna be any different. So I will resume the longer streams on Monday if everything goes well. Ooh, okay, Shambler's still hurt. Because the rocks that they throw are physical damage, which we don't do much to mitigate. Our armor isn't great. Our armor absorption is unchanged from the basic value. These are basically, there's no point in even reading these anymore. I'm just gonna be picking up all of the greens for money now, because there's basically no chance that we're getting an upgrade to our weapons anytime soon because of the monster infrequence that we found from the cultists. Though we could find some upgrades for our like armor or resistances, basically. Stephen Skinner. Stand back, I'm burning this shack down. My family does not need to suffer any longer in this horrible world. Is your family in there? Are you insane? Zero this, it's for the best. Okay, so depending on what you say here, he might burn the house down with his family inside, so you can talk him out of it. If you don't have an argument, like, don't lead the conversation in any specific direction, he will burn it down. So you can't do this, doesn't move him, but this will. Look, things are bad, but we can't lose hope. Hope is there left. Good people are dying and the world is overrun with monstrosities we used to spook our children with. I will not have my family suffer any longer. So again, this doesn't really help him, right? You can survive, you'll be fine. If you direct him to Devil's Crossing, that's the way to fix it. So there is a difference that is a little morbid, but you can actually just let him burn his family down just because he will then attack you, and if you kill him, he will drop a specific item. It's not endgame viable, it's not useful for anything, but just like, if you want a weapon illusion, for example, if you want to complete all of the weapon illusions, then unfortunately you're going to have to kill him at some point. So I come from Devil's Crossing, it's safe there. Safe? Not safe anymore. We were safe out here once too. Look at this place now. We defend it. There's a shelter and drinking water. Please join us. Perhaps this is the fresh start we needed. I really hope you speak the truth. Alright, take us there. I'll see you and your family there. It's better that we don't tell him about the Rift Gate, because he might freak out. We'll just zip him right there, without any prior warning. Kaiman's Scripture, first passage. Let's do some more reading. They mocked us and drove us out. They called us heretics and madmen. They thought our great prophecy and purpose was fanciful and ridiculous. Woe unto them. Behold the divine wrath that has been delivered unto the unbelievers in the remaking of the world. A prophecy has come to pass, and I hear not laughter anymore. I hear only deathly silence. Doom has befallen the wicked, the ignorant, and the indolent. Only we chosen few who have trained and prepared our bodies and our souls to weather the cleansing of the world, to survive and thrive amongst this death and decay. Look to your right and to your left. In front and behind you, you see the faces of your hallowed brothers and sisters bonded together in this holy quest. We have been tasked with the sacred duty to extinguish the last remnants of corruption and reseed the purified land with our progeny, so that a new dawn can arise. Take strength in each other and in the knowledge that we are destined to fulfill this divine purpose. Long have we prepared for this moment, and our time of concealment is ending. We will strike forth boldly northward and to our destiny. Let not the faithless, the corrupted, or the demonic stand in our path, lest our divine wrath be visited upon them. Now muster, my children. Gather only those belongings that can profit us in our holy war, and let us march forth from this humble refuge into destiny. Yeah, that sounds... like either he's right or he's insane. That's the problem with prophets, right? And actually with this playthrough we're not going to find out which is which. At least not as in-depth as we normally would, because Kaiman is a leader of one of the factions that we're going to be coming into contact with in the future. But I am probably not going to side with them, because there's a choice that you have to make. Either you join their faction, Kaiman's faction, or a different one. And it's exclusive, you cannot have both. The faction that you choose against will become hostile. And I think I will go hostile with Kaiman's faction, because the primary thing that we're going to be trying to focus on is pet summoning eventually, and cold damage also eventually. We first need to find a way to convert our damage to cold, which we currently cannot do. And the faction that is the antagonist of Kaiman's chosen, unfortunately has items and augments that help summoning and help with cold damage, so we're going to take that. If we were actually going to keep to this build, which by the way, we absolutely could. This, you know, Sigil of Consumption bonuses and Werewolf bonuses, you can absolutely play a Mystic that is all about Chaos Werewolf and Sigil of Consumption. It's just not what I was planning to do with this build. But we could totally just keep riding this wave until the end game. If we were to continue in this direction, then joining Kaiman would probably be preferable, because I believe he has some augments that improve your chaos damage. Which, by the way, is, if I am correct, that is kind of sus, isn't it? Like, he's a prophet talking about scourging the heretics and stuff like that, and then he has items that benefit chaos damage, which is, shall we say, demonic energy. Nobody's finding that odd. One of his followers questioning. Okay, so, funnily enough, I think this is the first time we're actually fighting undead. Which, when you think about it, what is one of the most classic enemy types in ARPGs? One of the first things that you will come across: zombies and skeletons. Diablo 1 started with zombies and skeletons. Diablo 2 started with zombies, skeletons showed up slightly later. We did technically have to deal with zombies here, but they were not like typical undead, just ethereal animated corpses. So they were called Aether Corruptions, not classified as undead. This is our first actual encounter with the undead hostile faction. So our reputation with them, or I guess our infamy with them, is only just starting. Kovian undead, only hostile. So far. Spectral War Shield. That is a very interesting item. It enables you to play Drain Essence, which is a Necromancer skill, but focused on retaliation, which is fascinating, because Necromancer has basically nothing to do with retaliation otherwise. So that enables an entire new way to play Necromancer. It does hurt surprisingly. It does hit surprisingly hard, I should say. And he's also tanky. Let me just check. How much health are we working with here? 1 million. That is more than... Oh, that is actually just about as much as Warden Krieg had. Ooh. Okay, that was surprising burst. Let me just check something real quick. Make sure everything is working as it should. On the stream, I mean. This is the wrong window. Yeah, everything's fine. Slow and steady. It's a good thing that we actually have as much damage as we do, because this is taking a while. Demon Bone leg plates. The legendary. Yeah, we're starting to reach that range where legendaries start to drop, because all legendaries start at level 50. Until then you can only find epics and, you know, normal, like magic and rare items and monster infrequent. Legendaries, which are usually the go-to, or some of the go-tos for endgame builds, start dropping at level 50. But the proper versions of those legendaries, they have like a basic version that you gain access to early, and then they have a mythical version that is like endgame viable, though not all legendaries have it like that. Some legendaries only exist at high level. Come to think of it, those Demon Bow leg plates are kind of something we would want eventually, because they are, well, eventually for the build that we're playing now, the Chaos Werewolf, not for our final build. Because these bands increase our chaos damage and also buff Curse of Frailty. Buff as in increase the level of the skill. There's also a devotion shrine here, which we need to not miss. This will give us the Ghoulish Hunger, the skill that will help sustain us if we get low. That is a lot of skellies and various other assorted bad guys. They kind of hurt. Again, very grouped up, so I have to try to split them up, mitigate the amount of damage that we're taking. Yeah, this is okay. And level up. Oh, we're not done. Other hero spawned. They're missing quite a bit. Oh no, they are dodging. Yeah, ghosts do have some sort of evasion built in. It's not that our offensive ability is too low, right? We do have a bit of some small chance to miss, but most of the time we should be fine. Okay, so what did they drop? Well, Scorn Bracers, we do not want those. Obsidian Grasp. No, there's no resistances on this, even though the attack speed would be nice. Also missing chaos damage, so no. Rest of it I don't really need to read. Spectral Wormhole doesn't help us, that's for Necromancer. Oh yeah, this used to be a weapon that for a relatively short time gave a funny bonus to Wendigo Totem on the Shaman side. Made it deal double damage, basically. Which is kind of hilarious, because Wendigo Totem was never really a damage source skill, and this weapon was trying to make it one. Unfortunately, that has been removed, so building around Wendigo Totem is once again not really a thing you can do. I'm not sure it was even a thing when you had that wormhole focused on it. Because double damage on a skill that has such low radius. It would have been funny to try, but fortunately I didn't get to, because I was waiting for this to release before I start playing again. Oh, I didn't assign my devotion point. That's something that I do quite consistently. Keep forgetting these things. So we are going to assign this to something that's always on, like Werewolf. So now when we drop below 45% health, 5 seconds, we have a bunch of extra life steal, extra attack speed, and physical resistance. And it will keep scaling up as we gain experience. That's everything here. We could have explored up north, but I think it reconnects anyway. So, Drew Larkin. You there? You're dying me out, will ya? What happened to you? Backstabbed by my partner, only man I thought I could trust on this forsaken hellhole. We were traveling, cart full of scrap we'd salvaged from some rundown homes. And I guess the bastard decided that splitting the profits 50-50 just wasn't gonna cut it. He jumped me in the middle of the night and stabbed me right in the gut. Made off with all the loot and left me to die out here. If you ever run into a man in a patchwork green jacket going by the name Isaiah, cut him down for me. Well, yeah? Don't suppose he got too far down the road pushing the cart by himself. Alright, as you wish. If I remember correctly, there should be a hidden passageway somewhere near here. Yes. up around the water. Some extra loot. Paladin's Crest. That's for fighting undead, isn't it? Paladin? No, they changed it, probably. No, it was Clerics is against fighting... is for fighting against undead. Paladins is for Inquisitor and Oathkeeper. That's a class name. And there is Zaya. Zaya Redan. Who in hell are you? What do you want from me? Are you Zaya? I'm here about your partner. Swine isn't dead yet? Let me explain. This is a huge misunderstanding. Say what you have to say, but make it quick. Drew is a worthless scum. This mess wasn't about the haul of scrap. That bastard tried to rape my daughter, Josephine, when we were last camped out. Confronted him and he got violent. Everything out there along the road is the least you deserve for trying to overpower a young girl. Sorry I rushed to judgment. Be more careful in the future. You can count on that. Travel safe, stranger. Also reminds me, I did gain a level and then I didn't invest any of the points that I got. So, we're done here. Mostly for now. So I think, yeah, we were climbing Berserker. Wanted to get to this. We can actually respec back home. And reduce the cooldown of our heal, which is gonna be handy. It's our emergency button sometimes. I'm gonna leave that for now. I don't need to go back to town yet, so just need to remember to do it when I get back there. I will also want to invest in Untamed Rage, because that's another like fail-safe skill. When we drop below 50% health, we get damage absorption and offensive ability for a brief period of time. So that's another thing, but we are mostly heading towards this, actually. Because that's attack speed, and we are kind of lacking in that department. Also chaos damage. We will need Amatox Pact to skilled up first, but yeah, that's the plan for the next 2 levels at least. It would be nice if you clustered up a little bit more. You don't have that much AoE. I don't like to have to hunt you down one by one. I guess it's not about what I want, is it? You just want to stay alive. Dead as you are. Oh boy, already? Forsaken Spirit Totem, that's gonna be bad. So these are the same thing that we've been dealing with for beasts in the Savage Totem, and for Ethereals with the... what is it called? Aether Touch Totem or Ethereal Totem, something like that. This one is for undead. They can have some nasties in there. So I suppose for early game, I think the worst totems to have to deal with are the ethereal ones, because they can start spawning enemies from the first expansion. Whereas for beasts, I mean, there are some nasty beasts as well in the first expansion. Well, even in the second expansion, there are some nasty griffin bosses and stuff like that. I imagine there will actually be some beasts in... there will definitely be some beasts on the new areas for Fangs of Hesterkarn, so I'm actually probably lucky that no such enemies spawned for me while I was heading towards Burrwitch. Girlish Hunger is already rank 3. We just got it and it's already, because we are getting XP so fast because we are leveling on Ultimate. So it will be getting fairly strong very quickly. This is basically explored, isn't it? Well, some undead will probably pop out of the ground. Yeah. This is a dead end, right? That doesn't lead anywhere. There are sometimes like hidden passages through some of these ruins, but not this one. Ah. Did you like pop out when I'm there so that I don't have to come back? if you would be so kind. Oh yeah, skeleton knights. They turn on a retaliation shield, so you start hitting them and they'll just start killing you with your own damage. Not pleasant at all. Butcher of Burrwitch. Is that something that's relevant to us? That's a one-handed axe for bleeding damage primarily. It is a berserker weapon, but it's just not going to be able to compete with the bonuses that we have for Werewolf. So no, not now. Okay, let's try this. Okay, those aren't too bad. I say, taking half my health in damage. Oh, did you have to pop out now? Okay, that was the arcane, I believe. No, that was time warped. Or maybe both. Because we still have a time warp with us. Those infernal guys seem kinda nasty. They fire a lot of projectiles kinda spontaneously. Unpredictably. Actually, I shouldn't be worried about the infernal unless... Oh, maybe I should. Unless he does a lot of physical damage along with fire, because my fire is really high. Oof. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he does some physical alongside that. Because our physical is maxed. Sorry, our fire is maxed. In fact, heavily overmaxed. So yeah, there has to be physical damage in there. So infernals are never going to be quite safe for us. That's a new hero type that has been added with the expansion. So far we have seen Infernal, Celestial, Bramble, and Thunderstruck. Or Thundering, I should say. So that's 5 so far. Unless my math is failing me, but you know, never do math live. Ever. So you're thinking about what you're supposed to be saying and not really focusing on the math. No, people always say, hey, it's difficult to talk and play at the same time. Usually you think, what? I talk and play at the same time all the time. You're chatting with someone on Discord, you're talking and playing. But yeah, when you're trying to do live commentary and then also trying to play well so that it doesn't look terrible on stream, it is actually surprisingly distracting to focus on what you have to say. And then you add math to that, and it's just all going downhill from there. I say that as if I have been doing this for a long time. No, this is my 3rd stream, so I can't be claiming, oh yeah, no, this is just what streaming is like. Can't really say that yet. Ghoulish Hunger rank 4. It's also nice, I noticed when the Ghoulish Hunger triggered, that we got an icon for it. Previously, all you would get was like a generic icon for a devotion proc, so you didn't know, if you had multiple procs, you didn't know which one it was that activated, unless you saw the visual on your character, which can be difficult in the middle of combat. But now each devotion proc has its own icon. So these are the rovers. We're going to sell all the stuff that we gathered along the way, because basically none of it except for some of the legendaries is worth keeping. I'm gonna transfer these items. It's gonna be a whole bunch of money. Actually, not that much, because we are not going to be using that shield. I didn't check the gloves. Gloves is one thing that we could replace, even though the freeze resistance is handy. Demon bone leg plates, we are going to keep those for level 50, which is still 3 levels away, and also I do not have enough physique to equip it. That is going to be a problem, which I don't think I will resolve in 3 levels. In fact, I'm pretty sure that's impossible. Maybe we'll have to wait for these a little bit longer. What can you do? Still an upgrade by the point we get there, I'm pretty sure. Because like, it's not just chaos damage, curse of frailty, pierce resistance, vitality resistance, increased armor, which is going to help us mitigate some of the physical damage which we otherwise cannot do much about. That's a lot of stats. Unfortunately, not useful ones for us. I'm just gonna drop all of this. The Butcher of Burrwitch wasn't good enough. Yeah. Also, a lot of these items seem to be out of our reach in terms of level. Just noticed that I actually forgot to sell stuff from the last stream. Because I see there Gutworm's Mark, the medal that we got from Gutworm after Krieg. Also, Salazar's Blade was there, so yeah, I forgot to sell stuff. And I ended last stream. So what is this? Aether Lightning? No, thank you. We are recovering some of the money that I spent repairing the bridge to the Old Grove for no reason. Should be checking armors, because my armor isn't the best. But yeah, we can probably do better anyway. So, Bernard. Greetings, stranger. A pleasure to meet someone who doesn't begin a meeting with weapons. Can say the same for the gang up the hill to the east. You're having trouble with bandits? Violent and bloodthirsty murderers, all of them. Everything we despise in this world. And now they've set up a barricade along the road to trap travelers such as ourselves. We've set up camp here while we decide what to do. Best course of action would be to blow that barricade, allowing our brothers and sisters of the road to travel in peace. However, we lack the means to do so. Say, you look like a capable sort, let's make a deal. Staunton Mine to the west of here is abandoned, but it may have some explosives. If you recover some dynamite and use it to destroy that wretched blockade, I can offer you some coin for your trouble. What do you say? Sure, I'll help you out. We actually don't need to go to the mine to get the dynamite because of the shared stash implementation, the update. Dynamite will already be among the materials that we have access to through the shared stash from other characters. Normally it would be staying in your inventory unless you transfer it to a separate stash slot. But now the material stash takes your dynamite as well. So we can actually blow up the barricade without going to the mine, but you know, full exploration, all that. Like when you look at clearing the way, collect dynamite 1 out of 1. We already have it basically solved. Graven. Hello, pleased to meet a friendly face out here. Bandits don't usually grant us the courtesy. Since you are traveling these parts, I was wondering if you could help us out. What do you need assistance with? Our elder, Matthias, has gone missing following a recent raid on our camp. The elder was determined to keep our talisman, a precious relic of my people, away from their greedy hands, so he fled into the nearby ruins when the bandits showed up. It's been several days and I'm beginning to fear the worst. Please, if you find yourself exploring the ruins west of Staunton Mine, seek out Elder Matthias. If it is as I fear and the elder is dead, please at least recover the talisman. It is a small object carved from bone and carries great spiritual significance to us. We would be eternally grateful for its return. Okay. So this is a quest that you can resolve in 2 ways. You can be an asshole and keep the talisman for yourself, or you can give it to them for some reward and reputation gain. Talisman is something that you cannot find anywhere else. So like if you, for some reason, feel like, hey, this is an item specifically for me, best in slot for my build, I cannot imagine which build that would be because it's basically just a bunch of stats. But it's a relic, the only relic that you can find, which that is, I guess, pretty rare. All the other relics have to be crafted. This is the only one that you can get without crafting it. But it's just, you know, a percentage increase to all of your stats. So your physique, your cunning, your spirit. Doesn't increase your damage otherwise, other than the scaling from your attributes. This guy hurts. Balthazar, right? Yeah, of course Balthazar. He's force waving us. We are at a distance. No, this is Blade Arc. Yeah. If we're in melee, he does Force Wave and Blade Arc. I guess if I can catch his animation, I might be able to dodge? Nah, he's attacking too fast. And besides, he doesn't hit hard enough to one-shot us. So even if he does a lot of damage to us, as long as Ghoul gets to proc, we won't die. Because Ghoul will help us recover very quickly. I have to say, we are lucky that we found those 2 scepters that boost our build so much, because even with them, these guys are taking a while to die. don't want to imagine what it would be like if we were just using basic weapons. And to think, I was kind of hoping to start swapping to Hellhound. By the way, guys in chat, if you input ! build into chat, it will show you the build that we're going to be aiming for endgame. Which will be the Ice King, Werewolf and a Hellhound combined build. So like a hybrid summoner fighter. Which is something that Grim Dawn has always like tried to make happen. Hybrid summoning. There is a pair or maybe 3 items that are like specifically for a cold summoner trickster. Although they don't have to be used on trickster, but primarily shaman, and then you can decide what else. And they are like promoting spell casting plus summoning for cold pets, but that never really felt like that was enough support. I must say I haven't tried that build, but I haven't heard great things about it. So the Ice King, hopefully, makes that dream a reality, because people do want to play summoners in a different way. Not just, you know, I'm standing back and letting my pets do everything. But it's really difficult to balance pet survivability and player survivability and player damage and pet damage all in one build. So those items kind of have to be very stacked with attributes to make it possible to both fight and summon. Otherwise, you're usually better off focusing on one or the other. At least for endgame. I mean, you can beat campaign with almost anything. It's just how much of a struggle are you willing to put yourself through. I am willing to put myself through a lot because I'm starting this on level 1, or did start this on level 1 with no preparation on ultimate difficulty, so I would Ooh! That was surprising. I am not quite sure where all that damage came from. Thankfully we have a rift gate. This is too far, right? Yeah. Thankfully we have a rift gate, but... Huh. I guess we took a physical hit to a weak point in our armor. So in this game, armor is kind of modeled on your character. So each... where normally you would just equip various pieces of armor, and their armor rating would add up, and that would be your total armor. Here, each piece of equipment has its own separate armor value, and enemies will attack certain body parts, and based on how armored that body part is, damage will be mitigated. So, yeah, if you have one slot that is weak on armor, that can mean your death. Okay, this is Matthias that we were looking for. Please, stranger, take this talisman. I carried it away from my camp to prevent bandits from stealing it, but nature has passed judgment and I am not long for this world. Matthias pauses to clear his throat of blood. I implore you, bring this talisman to Graven. He is at a rover camp just east of Staunton Mine, the Arkovian foothills. Tell him that I died protecting our relic. I will do as you ask. So now we have in our inventory this talisman. Now currently it doesn't do anything, it's just a quest item. But if you decide to keep it, it will transform into an equipable item that you can use as a relic. For roleplay reasons, I sometimes keep it just because, like, if I'm playing a character that's supposed to be an asshole, he's like a chaos cultist that likes to sacrifice people for blood or something like that, then yeah, I will make evil choices, but there's no real reason to do it. Because you will not be using the talisman for long. And like, I guess if you're starting out with no recipes for crafting, and your blacksmith is basically just eye candy, then yeah, having a free talisman is definitely helpful. But I think by this point you will have found some recipes for relics anyway. So I wanted to keep climbing up here, right? I am going to invest here. That reminds me, when I died and went back to Devil's Crossing, I should have respected this skill point here. I'll do it later. I say, ever the optimist. So, 2 here. And 1 to cunning. Actually, you know what? Before I forget, I'm just gonna do it now. Because we will not be back to Devil's Crossing for a while still. And I'm really likely to forget. So just let's get rid of this. This will unequip our weapons because we cannot dual wield them now. This will re-enable it. So that reduced the cooldown of our heal for 4 seconds. And gave us the ability to dual wield again. Ah, we see another totem. So another opportunity for us to get our ass kicked by enemies that we are possibly supposed to be meeting for quite a while. It's interesting. On one hand, it's very handy to be able to fight enemies that are like far away in the game, because they can drop monster infrequents that you might need for your character, and otherwise you would have to wait for God knows how many levels to get them. On the other hand, it kind of strips the game of the ability to reveal enemies at a specific time and make it like really cinematic, because they can just randomly pop out from here. Okay, so how bad is it gonna be? Ghouls. You can handle ghouls, right? I do not like the fact that there's an Aether one here, because we do not have good Aether resistance. Yeah, we need to get out of the Aether damage. And he casts it quite often. Okay, that's him down. There's a priest somewhere. He's healing the undead. There we go. That wasn't too bad. So, Badge of the Crimson Company. Ears bleeding, implements of war. 4% attack speed on a medal isn't nothing. What the bleeding resistance... We do really want to keep the stun resistance that we have. We did get stunned in there somehow. And if we didn't have stun resistance, we would have died already. Hit Fury now supports Berserker. Interesting. Marstal's Blade Burst, Blade Arc, and +2 skills to Berserker. Two-handed Sword Berserker in like piercing damage. But the question is, of course, if that item support transitions or carries over to endgame. Because that is sometimes a problem which Fangs of Estekarn is actually helping address, where we had some like epic items that suggest you can play a certain build during leveling, and then you reach endgame and find out that that's where the item support stopped at epics, and on legendaries there was no real equivalent. But some of those, now that we have the introduction of awakened items, we can improve some of these epics to legendaries and actually make a worthwhile endgame build, something that was suggested during leveling. Several of my builds actually that I've made in the past were conceived from like on-tree, like skill tree synergies that were further supported by some items that you find during leveling. So I thought, okay, this is a good way to go. And then those builds kind of ended up floundering at endgame, because that's where the item support stopped. So Bernard, you've returned. Was your adventure successful? I destroyed the barricade. Ta-da! Ghoulish Hunger is level 6. Bunch of reputation. Inventory back, which we do not need anymore because we got them from the skip to ultimate. Some coins. Job well done. Thank you. You've done good by us and we won't forget it. My pleasure. This guy. This is where we get to decide whether we do give him the amulet or not, or the talisman. We are going to, because it's not useful to us. On the Elder, I'm sorry. Great loss to our people. Elder Matthias did all he could to keep our talisman from bandit hands. And it seems he had given his life to preserve his duty. Tell me, did you find the talisman on him? Yes, actually, here it is. So, more reputation with rovers. Quite a lot, actually. Bunch of iron. At least his death was not in vain. Thank you. The return of this talisman will lift the spirits of my people. You're welcome. Goodbye. Bunch of experience. So, now we progress past the barricade. More towards Cronley's gang. We had a little bit of a break. A bunch of undead to fight. This is another nice thing. We're breaking up the enemy typing with undead, and for a moment it's beasts, and then you have Cronley's gang, so that you're not fighting the same enemies over and over. That's a rifle we will not be using. At this next location, not this, but when we cross the bridge, there would be an interaction. If we had decided to resolve the quest for, what was his name, Stephen Skinner? The guy that was stabbed by the road. If we chose to resort to violence and attack Isaiah Redan, it wasn't Stephen Skinner, it was Isaiah Redan, on the road by the caravan, then here we would encounter his daughter that would be seeking vengeance against us. So we would have to kill both of them. Or I guess we could run away from her, but there's no real objective reason to do so. If you decided to be an evil bastard, might as well commit, right? Oof, that hurt. Oh, because you're corrupted and you deal aether damage. We do not like aether damage. Now, I thought I was out of the woods when it comes to aether damage enemies, and then we just keep spawning corrupted bosses or heroes. I keep calling them bosses, but there's a proper nomenclature and you need to relearn to use it properly. Normal enemies are doing quite nicely. Defender, Arctic, that's a new one as well. Okay, so we have a new one for cold, new one for lightning, new one for fire in Infernal, now a new one for... I don't know what Celestial is. Is it like physical or tri-elemental damage, like fire, lightning and cold? I haven't actually checked what this Celestial one does in terms of damage type. Not the bees. They're in my eyes. Now, if I remember correctly, down here is like a boss of these insects. If it is Ronaprax, I've heard some terrible stories about her. That she's supposedly super hard now. There's two, like, wasp or bees or whatever they are. Looks like bees. There are two bee bosses. One in here and one in a later stage after Cronley. And I don't remember which one this is. If it's either Ulraprax or Ronaprax. If it's Ronaprax, we might be in trouble. So I've heard people are getting shotgunned by her. Which reminds me, I should probably open a portal. Just in case. Level up. Gonna make use of that before we go deal with the boss. Yeah, we are gonna keep heading upwards. And take another point in cunning. Okay, so which one are you? Ronaprax. Okay, so that's the bad one. Let's see how... I think it's these projectiles that were one-shotting people. But I think if we stay in melee, she might not fire them off. Because some enemies just have specific attacks that they only use at a distance. If you close in, you don't have to deal with them, which is interesting because... usually when you are talking about ARPGs, the debate between melee and ranged is always like, why would you be playing ranged? Why would you be playing melee? Why kill enemies up close and expose yourself to danger when you can just kill them from off screen? This is especially a problem that Path of Exile had to deal with, where melee, playing as true melee, just didn't feel right. So they changed it so that melee attacks actually reach across the screen. I don't know if you can call that melee anymore, but whatever. And in here it's kind of the opposite, where you might be better off up close because enemies will not use some of their most dangerous attacks against you. Though of course there is the inherent benefit of being at range and killing enemies before they even reach you. That's still there, you cannot take that away. There's another devotion shrine. For this one, on ultimate, you need a component that you no longer just find out in the world. You need to craft it, but since I kind of remember the positions of these shrines, I already crafted it ahead of time. So I do not have to go back to town to do this. There's another devotion point. Now, I said I was gonna start heading towards Tsunami, even though it's not aligning with our current build. I think it's prudent to start building it up. And I mean, damage is damage, even if it's not the right type. At least I won't have to respec later and start leveling the devotion from scratch at higher levels. If we can find a way to start switching to cold damage, then by all means I will do so, but so far we'll be sticking with chaos. That works. And if our devotions do not align, well, so be it. There's another waypoint. And this is Wade that Mornay sent us to.
Keep your weapons where I can see them.
Welcome to our camp. What brings you here? Mornay sent me. Ah, so he did make it across the river. He was one tough son of a slith. Still has a bullet in him to prove it. That's 300 reputation with rovers. If Mornay sent you, then he must think we can help each other out. Come to put those weapons of yours to use? Care to put those weapons of yours to use? Can't read. Cronley's gang is well armed and experienced. We are not. This is not a battle where we are going to win by running in there head on. We need to cripple them. This is where you come in. The outlaws have a series of forges similar in making to the one behind me, scattered throughout the 4 hills. If you destroy them, Darius's men won't be able to rearm themselves. I understand that this may not be your problem, but I am willing to make it your problem for some iron. What do you say? We have a deal. So we are already nearing the main hub, or the main area where the Cronley's gang appears, and after we've dealt with them, we won't really encounter them save for one specific location. So when it comes to reputation game with Cronley's gang, that's why it was so difficult to get all the way to Nemesis without having to farm quite a lot. And looks like by the progress that we've made, yeah, we will probably, if we're lucky, make it to hate it. But I think we will still probably need to farm. Ava, you'll have to forgive me, but I must tend to the wounded. You have quite a few men injured. Yes, the battle with Cronley's broods has proven taxing on our people. I'm afraid some of them won't make it through the night. Anything I can do to help? Oh, why, yes there is. We are too few to leave this camp undefended, but you could seek out the wasp hives around Old Arkovia. There are 2 large ones that I know of. One south of here, that's where we were fighting Ronoprax, near the rocky coast, and another to the north near Twin Falls. That's the other one where Ulveraprax is. That's a lightning wasp. If you bring me some royal jelly, I could create an old rover remedy known to vastly accelerate healing. If you do this for us, I'll happily show you how it's made. It would be the least we could do. So I already have the jelly because not only did I collect some in the hive, also I have it from previous playthroughs, so I do not have to go farm it. That's perfect. You have no idea how helpful this will be. Please take some for the road ahead. So she gave us royal jelly ointment, which increases our health regeneration by percentage and by a flat amount. Now, unfortunately, we are not really a regeneration build, but this thing lasts for 900 seconds. So we can just pop one of these and it will be quietly doing work in the background. Also gave us a recipe to craft it, but we don't need that because, again, I have that from prior playthroughs. So please take some for the road ahead. You never know when you'll need it. And please let me show you how to make some yourself. It is the least we could do for saving so many lives. Thank you. And then Hiram. Stranger, you look well armed and capable. I've been injured by a rogue troll that's rampaging through these parts. Please find the beast and slay it. It's a danger to our camp and to all travelers. Look for it up the road. I will end the beast's life. Right, so that's our collection of quests from the rovers. Since we have a shop here, I'm gonna sell everything that I found. These, I think I already found these and decided against them. Even though the attack speed and the chaos damage is nice. Actually, I might have saved them in the stash. I might already have a pair. So I'm not going to need them in duplicates. As Witness, that's a new helmet that was added with the expansion. But it is unfortunately not meant for us. This is a caster helm. Not this. And it is attack speed, but an Aether resistance, which we are lacking. While elemental resistances would take a slight hit. This duration is also nice, but we have more on the other ones. Chaos Rest, I think I'm gonna keep the ones that I have. This is almost the same in terms of resistances, but lacking the freeze, so no. Don't want any of these. It's the wrong damage type. The medal is higher level and not for our build. I'm gonna get rid of these materials again, send them to stash so they don't get in the way. All damage, attack speed, yeah, but bad resistances and we need to stay alive. This can all go. Yeah, this can all go. This is Ronaprax's Sting. That's the monster infrequent that drops from that wasp that we killed. I should actually keep an eye on the helmets because I think I wanted to upgrade mine. It's not great, but this is even worse. Yeah, this would be for Dreek's Evil Eye and Aegis of Menhir. So if we were playing a Sentinel, especially a retaliation-focused Sentinel, this is like a best in slot item for that build for endgame. It would need to be higher level, but yeah. Since we're here, I might as well put the royal jelly in my bar. Oh, hello. Thundering. Let's kill you before you use your skill. Oop, or not. That's Ghoul saving us with that massive lifesteal. Okay, there he goes. Hunter's Bane, yeah. I wonder why you're called that. I think most of the damage that we took was from him. Okay, let's first explore south. Because north is where we are going to be headed to continue, so that we don't have to backtrack. New Harbor. A lot of people, a lot of NPCs. Alicia. Unless you want to work, you should turn around and head back out of here. We have nothing to give and we don't need anyone stirring up trouble. What is happening here? What's happening is we're just trying to stay alive, and that means toiling for Cronley's gang. We're a ragtag collection of survivors who either wandered in here looking for protection or were captured by Cronley's thugs and put to work. Cronley's men use us in whatever way they please, and it's a hard life, but this place is better than what we know out there. What we knew out there on the road. I'll endure anything to keep my daughter safe, and at least for now, she's too young for Cronley's men to bother with. Oof. Nah. Let's move on. Anything I can do to help? Silas over there makes sure that we stay in line and meet Cronley's quota. The waters have grown increasingly dangerous and we've struggled to catch enough fish. But we can probably fill our nets in time for the tribute. We still have to gather scrap though. We cannot miss our quota. The last time that happened, Silas took one of the children back to this camp. We never saw her again. Please, if you truly want to help, gather the scrap for our tribute and deliver it to Silas. However bad things may seem for us, it can only get worse. Cronley's gang hold all the hills overlooking New Harbor, and they're sure to notice if Silas went missing. Retribution would be severe, so please don't do anything stupid. We're the ones who will suffer for this. Yeah, they will refuse. If we offer to take them to Devil's Crossing, they will refuse. A strange offer, but we cannot leave. The refugees here have become like a family to one another. Some of the children are being held by Cronley's men as insurance against us leaving. We all look out for one another here, and we know if any one of us left, those who remained would be punished for it. Okay, so we can pay the tribute. There's also the option of paying this guy off. What are you coming near me for? Get back to work. What are you doing here? New to the village, eh? See, this place here's under our protection. Mind your own business and scram. So, this would probably result in violence. I'm not sure if it's immediate or if we can still talk our way out of it. But how much coin would it take to make you leave? Now you're talking my language. Look, I don't much care for this joint, And a bit of coin shoot might raise a man's reputation up above, see? Give me 2,500 iron bits and I'll tell Darius this place ain't worth the trouble no more. Yeah. So this quest has several outcomes. Either you kill him, and exactly what Alicia warned you about is going to happen. There's going to be retribution from above. Or you give him the scrap and the people in this village or in this harbor will stay under the Cronley's gang's thumb. Or you pay him off and he will leave. People are free. Give him the iron bits. Good, good. Good to be done with this slit hole. Get out of my sight before I change my mind. Better be gone when I return. Alicia. You delivered the scrap to Silas. I bribed him so he leaves you alone for good. Thank you. I never would have imagined that we would be free of this oppression, but it appears Silas's loyalty could be bought. Please take the scrap we collected for the tribute. It is the least we could do. Now, realistically, when you think about it, deep down, what is stopping Silas from taking the money, going up there, and telling them that, hey, he wants to be replaced, send somebody else in here? And they're under Cronley gang's thumb again, just with a different person that we would need to bribe again. But I guess he's true to his word, even though he's a bandit. Yeah, so we get the scrap back. So basically, either we lose scrap, or we lose some coins, or we let people get slaughtered by the Cronley's gang. So not much of a choice, is it? Now there's a detonation site, which again, we do have dynamite for. The blockade was clearly put up by the bandits, but to what end? What were they trying to keep out? We'll take one dynamite to destroy. Let's go. Undead. Hello. Hide the items so they do not get in the way. Ooh, where's this damage coming from? Is it the skeletal knights? They seem to be hitting kind of hard. Anytime they show up, take a chunk of damage from their hits. So I guess I should focus them first before they even get to attack. Also, they have this buff that they apply onto themselves that basically makes them reflect damage onto us. Reflect and retaliate. So not only will they be applying piercing damage back to us every time we hit them, with melee at least, no matter how big the hit is from us, we will always take a constant amount of damage from them. And they also return a percentage of the damage we deal to us as the type of damage that we dealt. So if we are dealing chaos, it will return chaos damage to us. So you hurt yourself twice. The more damage you do and the faster you attack, the faster you die to these guys. So of course, the harder you hit, the quicker they will be dead, so the less time they will have to retaliate against you. But I did have a build that was doing incredible amount of damage. A lot of it physical. And that character would just melt itself against knights. I had to take a devotion just to be able to dispel the retaliation buff from the enemy before I could hit them. It was made even worse by the fact that she had blade spirits, that is like top level knight blade skill, which are like these swirling blades that are moving around on their own, attacking enemies. They're considered like quote-unquote pets, but they deal damage based on your damage. So any damage they deal will be reflected not to them, but to you. Those spirits would be killing me if the knight appeared. Now, since we have these potions, might as well use it. You are one tanky bastard, aren't you? Should probably start dodging the slam that he's doing. Yep. Because that seems to be the only attack that's doing any reasonable damage to us. Yeah, if we just dodge that, he's not dangerous. Ta-da! Level 50. Savage RPG, another Savage RPG, and Troll Bone Crusher. That is physical savagery for shaman, and also actually benefits us on a skill that we don't have yet. So this is like a bleed-focused two-handed weapon. So the level up. I wanted to take this, but for that I need to take this first. I also want to take this for reduced trap and slower duration. That's +4. Yeah, that's decent. Also increases our movement speed and crit damage. Which, I mean, that's nice. It's a value point, essentially. 4 levels for 1. Then 1 point here. This is just cold damage, which doesn't really benefit us with our current build, but for the build that we're going to be making, which is Ice King, that's gonna be a skill that we'll be maxing out. But for now, I want this for the attack speed and for the chaos damage. Also want to invest in my cunning, and so either we can enter through here, or they have nicely barricaded that, or we can go through the mine. The AoE of our curse really could be better, but I am loath to invest points into basically just the utility of the convenience of not having to reapply the curse multiple times per group. And I think we have more important matters to attend to. The white mark that appeared on us now, that's the buff from the Amatox pack that we just got. Looks interesting. Does it move around when if we're human? Yeah, if we're human, it stays on our back. If we're werewolf, it moves upwards. Nice touch. There's another skill that behaves like that. What is it called? Presence of Virtue on Oathkeeper. That kind of like sticks to you. I want to kind of split this rat away from the group. But the boss doesn't want to let it go. Like Elsa. Or rather, not like Elsa. Okay, rat's gone. Need to deal with these heretics. Fire damage we can handle. It's just a lot of different sources of damage currently, that's the problem. Okay, now we just have to deal with Hellion. That's the guy that the rat belongs to. That's why he's called Hellion the Rat. Ouch! Dude. Take a chill pill. If I could see the attack coming, I would dodge it, but it doesn't really have a warning to it. One die already. You're embarrassing me in front of the audience. Good boy. So, Murderer's Breastplate. That is a whole bunch of stats. Veracity, it's actually even skills that we use. Pierce damage, Aether damage. We do not need the fire resistance on the armor that we're currently using. We could do this. It's level 52, but we could. It also has a lot more armor rating. Yeah, no weapons. There's no way we're replacing our current ones. Binder's Hood, that's for pet summoning. Chaos Pets. If we wanted to slot into the Hellhound now, would be handy. It even increases chaos damage, which we do deal. The spirit requirement is gonna be a problem though. 372. I mean, we're not far, but probably not gonna swap it because the lacking resistance is right. Bleeding Elemental versus... Actually, no, we could. Poison is mostly fine. And it is chaos damage versus the one that we're using, which doesn't really do anything useful. Okay, yep, I will use this. So I'm gonna move it to the pants so that I don't accidentally sell it. And I could actually move the armor as well. Because it is 2 levels away, but would be usable. Gonna send the components away. Make space here. This is not useful. Alright, Hallion's Crest. Fire damage to Hellhound. Again, more incentive to start summoning. Are we really gonna? It would be another source of damage. Stun duration. Less than we have, but a little bit of Aether resistance loss. Do I really start building a Hellhound? I mean, I have several levels to decide. But I totally could. I could. We'll see if I can justify it skill point wise. It would be fun, right? To have Hellhound running around with us, taking some of the aggro. It would actually be technically a boost, not just to our damage, but to our survivability as well. Just give enemies something else to hit. That's what friends are for. Dynamite. I think we do actually have a decent number of like plus skills to occultists, so even if we just invested a few points into Hellhound, it would already start, I mean, 4 to 8 physical and 6 fire. As base weapon damage. I mean, I can always respec out of it if I decide it's not worth it. I might just experiment with it for a little bit, see if it's worthwhile. Tell you what, I'm gonna wait until level 52 till I can start using the 2 items we just got, the Fiendbinder Hood and the Hallion's Crest, because they both require level 52, and those might be significant enough to actually make pets worthwhile. Wrathbringer, that's an Aether, 2-handed sword. Kinda looks like Frostmourne from World of Warcraft. I suppose I should actually show the item. Oh no, that's not Wrathbringer. Damn it, what was it called then? There was a 2-handed sword that is like Wrath something that's looks like Frostmourne, yeah, but no, this is a rifle. Shows how much I know. Okay, that spits us out in the 4 hills where the gang is, so we basically bypass the main entrance. By the way, the path that I didn't take down here would have led us to another point in the mine. A point you can enter through but cannot exit out of. We basically would drop through the ceiling into the mine. That's another way to access that place. Now this is a place, oh boy. The enemies in general, those are fine, right? The thing that's problematic here is there's an arena. I don't know if you've watched the Zantai interview that was like, what is it called, the channel between the portals or something like that. There's a boss here in reference to Wrecked by Protoss, another streamer of Grim Dawn, who was running a PvP league, or I guess like a PvP event, and the winning builds, the 2 like finalists, had their build added to the game as an hostile NPC. And those builds were not fair. They were built for PvP to just like disable you or to out-heal you or stuff like that. So one of those, yeah, is the Aldrich. That's actually the better one to come up against. If we went up against Wrecked by Protoss, we would be in trouble. Because he has a full stun jax build that just basically shotguns you in melee or at close range with projectiles that stun you for so long that by the time they come off cooldown you still haven't waken up. If you do not have any stun resistance, or at least if your stun resistance is low enough. Frankie the Knife. Hold on, we're on your side, don't kill us. My side? Why are you in a cage? Stuff going on out here? That's nothing compared to what's in the mine. Cronley is building himself an army of Sendit, and we want nothing to do with it. Of course, we don't take too kindly to people leaving his little cult. But God's trying to leave. Now we're awaiting our turn with the Pitmaster. He tears people apart like an animal. I don't want to be here when he gets bored with the guts splattering the arena walls. You let us go, we won't cause you no trouble no more. That's a promise. Actually not true. I believe if you let them go, they will show up somewhere later, still being outlaws. So, no, let's kick your ass. Now this is gonna be probably an issue, but I can give it a try. I did open a portal, so if I die, I don't lose much. This guy is the... like, I'm gonna out-sustain you build, essentially. Yeah, this totem keeps hitting him. So either we have to kill the totem, or we just lure him out of the range. Come on, stop doing that. And then we can actually leave a mark on him, as long as the totem isn't nearby. Yeah, now we just lure him away. This is definitely the better outcome. Proto also would have kicked our ass. Even though I do have some reasonable stun resistance, the main problem wouldn't be just that, it's also that the fact that the projectiles that he throws are partially like lightning damage and partially physical, and we just do not have enough survivability against physical damage. So it wouldn't just be that he might potentially stun lock us, it would also be, it would just kill us. Maybe 5000 health would be enough to survive it, but this is definitely a more reasonable option. This guy is just annoying to deal with. As long as you have lightning resistance and are willing to run around for a little bit, he's not bad. So, Mediator, that's a pistol. Chainmail protection. It is chaos damage, it is Werewolf. Ooh! You do not have the physique to equip it. It's also lacking in the resistance department, so maybe not. Also, we already have saved another armor piece to replace what we have. Freeze, stun, entrapment, petrify, slow. So all the crowd control resistances. And Brawler's exhaustion. 30% chance on attack to deal some physical damage, reduce enemy health regeneration. You know what? Given how much trouble crowd control is usually posing us, I might actually make the swap here. Although then again, we do have another medal already lined up, so this won't last long. When I go back to town, I might swap the components off of it. So okay, we cleared the arena. Boris thankfully wasn't home. Usually, before those PvP encounters were added, there was just Boris in this arena, the Pitmaster, but he doesn't always spawn for some reason. So we managed to avoid him. So normally we would have to first lure out the PvP player or Boris, because fighting both is just not a thing that you can do. At least not early on. No, we do not need to go there. Let's just deal with the rest of this place. I'm surprised I can even fit on these walkways. Okay, that's one of the forges. One more left. What is our infamy looking like with them? Cronley's gang despised. Yeah, it's going to take a while. We're still probably going to need to farm them, because I do plan to get Nemesis reputation with every hostile faction. Which, come to think of it, is going to be a bit of a hassle to do on the Fangs of Hesterkarn content, because we do not have any infamy or reputation boosters. So getting maximum reputation, the positive one with allied factions, and getting maximum hostile is going to require some farming. But I will probably be playing the Ascended difficulty when we reach level 100, assuming we're strong enough. And we might farm their items, and alongside that we might be able to get the reputation we need just naturally. There's a guy that's charging us, and I'm not a fan. This guy. Madman Wilcox. Ooh, That was a Granado from the Demolitionist tree. So he's a commando. He uses Blitz from Soldier and Grenade or Granado from Demolitionist. I do like Commando. It's a very curious history combination because the overlaps are kind of not natural to it. Where Demolitionist side focuses a lot on fire and lightning and sometimes can be supportive for like chaos, but not really on physical. Like it has some natural physical bonuses, but the endgame items usually do not focus on the physical aspect of Demolitionist. Whereas Soldier is basically primarily all about physical. And if you're going into conversions to like elemental damage types, then it becomes quite difficult to support without like dedicated sets or like a lot of items supporting a given playstyle. Like there is a pair of items that support lightning, force wave, and I've looked into trying to build it and I'm not optimistic. I mean, I'm gonna try eventually, but I do not think it's gonna be great because there's just 2 lightning items for Soldier isn't really enough. That's another playstyle that I'm hoping is going to get some more support in the post-patch content, because we already know that a lot is going to be added post-release. We have two endgame dungeons already promised, and we know that they plan to be working on more ascended items or awakened items. So basically upgraded versions of epics that we already have. Okay, murderous epaulets. It's a piercing item. +3 to Werewolf. Yeah, but the shoulders that we have are bonus to vulnerability and rallying cry. It's not worth the swap, I think. These will not be good enough to upgrade. Just out of curiosity. Yeah, no, that's like thousands of damage less. What we're doing. Let me just take a quick sip of water. And into the mine we go. We've destroyed the 3rd forge, right? If not... Yeah, we did. There's some redundancy. We don't have to destroy all the forges, 3 is enough. Okay, so we go in here. There's going to be a rift gate. Shortly. We're gonna take this opportunity to make some stops. So we want to return to Steven Skinner in Devil's Crossing. That's the guy that we prevented from burning down the house with his family inside. Seemed like a prudent decision. Steven Skinner. I would like to thank you for talking me out of committing the biggest mistake of my life. We were struggling to survive and I got desperate. My family deserves better. Thank you for showing me that hope still remains in this bleak world. I'd like you to have this. It's a small token of our appreciation. I hope it serves you well. I believe this is a ring, Skinner's ring. A Skinner's family seal, which we unfortunately still cannot use because, again, these item rewards from NPCs are like difficulty specific, so this will always on ultimate be level 65, which we unfortunately are not. If we reached this difficulty naturally, we would be way over 65. Unless we skipped a lot of content on lower difficulties. Oh, I also killed Rostov, I didn't even notice. So the bounty that I picked up here is already complete. Bunch of reputation, minus 450 Cronley's gang reputation. Yeah, that's helpful. So we're going to want to pick up another bounty for Igor the Brawler. I believe this might be the guy that spawns next to Cronley himself, so we will have a 2-in-1 fight. if I'm not mistaken. It's been a while since I've played, so forgetting things like that is simply what I do. Let's move everything back. I said I'm gonna swap the metal, so let's do that.
Need something broken down?
Because this is just so much crowd control resistance. Even though this gives us, the one that we have gives us plus 4% experience gain, so like it is helping us get stronger faster. I think this is better. Not what I wanted to click. It did drop our Aether resistance a little bit, but which might be a bad idea because Cronley is going to be Aether focused. Maybe that was a mistake. We'll find out. Also, we have a new quest here. Oh, right, I forgot. Yeah, that was something I talked about the last stream. Once we've reached once we've reached Honored Reputation with Devil's Crossing, a new quest unlocks. But we couldn't pick it up last time because in order for that quest to be available, we first needed to repair the bridge across, which we did at the start of this stream. So let's talk to Kasparov.
Ah, there you are. Come, come, we have an errand you must perform immediately.
Excuse me?
Yes, at once. Do not tarry. There are experiments to be run, and Darlet and I require explosive materials immediately. No time for questions. These magical artifacts aren't going to break themselves down, now are they? Are you still here? Head to the mines around the Arcovian foothills and Old Arcovia immediately.
So speaking about forgetting about things, I forgot there's one quest in between. After you repair the bridge, yeah, they want you to bring back some dynamite. Which we already have, so let's give it to them. Not that I would trust this guy with dynamite ever. Reminds me of Victor from Critical Role. The guy that keeps basically blowing himself up. Will this dynamite suffice?
Good. Let us start the experiment immediately. Darlet, prep the blast furnace.
Is this safe? Do you even have to ask? It's Kasparov. Do not trust him.
Of course. I am fully confident that it will function as intended. Well, there may be a slight chance that we will tear apart reality when the artifact is consumed by the conflagration.
Here we
but
go.
Chances of that are very low. So low. 1 in a billion. You're safe. Really.
This can't end well. You think?
Ah, I was correct. Just look at these wonderful components. We can finally begin studying artifacts properly. If only the Erelon Museum Society could see me now, they would be absolutely furious. Oh, and if you wish, you can have Darlet break down any items you find. Just bring her more explosives.
Thanks. Yeah, so now we unlocked a new feature of the inventor. Dismantle. We can spend dynamite on, I believe, only... Can I blow up this? Yeah, I can. It's only really worthwhile, I think, for like rare items, so we can take these obsidian stompers, which we actually probably do not want to destroy. What is our movement speed at? If I apply my... Sorry, if I apply my bone chilling cry. What is my movement speed at? 9 over maximum, so
There you are.
we...
Come, come.
Not you yet. We could lose some movement speed. For physical resistance, poison acid resistance, chaos damage. I mean, voracity is one of the things that's keeping us alive, because that's built-in lifesteal. Bone Chilling Cry is not even a skill we currently have. But it is more armor, and we will be reaching Bone Chilling Cry eventually, in fact, probably not too far from now. And 29% slow resistance is not really required for now. So actually what I'm gonna do is remove the component here. Keep the add-on. Okay, so we didn't blow that up, let's blow this up. Just for fun. What? Okay, so we get some scrap and consecrated wrappings. Not really stuff that we need, so I'm not going to be really making use of this because, again, I have a stockpile of resources from previous characters. Otherwise, it would be quite handy. Empowered Penalties Codex of Repetition. We are not a caster. These are shoulders for pierce and bleeding, so that's also not for us. So let's sell stuff off.
See anything you like?
This is not useful. There was one armor that I was considering swapping. I think it was this one, but yeah, I do not have the physique and I'm quite far away. So yeah, this is not reachable for now. And by the time it will no longer be relevant. It's a lightning hammer. That helmet is primarily fire. There is some chaos support there. But yeah, I will want this more than that, so no point keeping it. Okay, that's everything. And we also want to return to Quaid in Old Arkovia, which is here. How goes your mission? I have destroyed the forges. Ta-da! Another level. We have reached honored status with the rovers. That was quick. I could hear the commotion you've caused from here. Well done, your payment as promised. Now I'm wondering if you would be up for a little more work. What do you have in mind? Somewhere inside Cronley's hideout underneath the Four Hills there lives a bastard by the name Moneybags Martin. He earned his moniker exploiting poor travelers such as my old group. A few months ago, Martin and his band caught us out on the road demanding all our valuables. I refused, and for that, he took my eye. That was the day I left my rover elders, no longer willing to let this unforgiving world spit all over our pacifist lifestyle. Together with my brothers and sisters, we fight against our enemy instead of hiding and praying. I can't just leave them to pursue my revenge. I can't just leave them to pursue my revenge, though. That is why I'd like you to be the deliverer of my vengeance. Find Martin, give his corpse to rot in those tunnels, and return to me. Okay. So, we also got a new quest because we reached honored status with the rovers. But before I talk to her, one more thing.
See anything you like?
So this is the faction vendor for the rovers. Because we are gaining so much reputation, we've skipped right past this. These are some like time-based bonuses for potions that we could use. We do not deal vitality damage, so we do not need this. Some greens, which will probably not be relevant. I mean, definitely not the weapons, maybe the armor. Attack speed, elemental resistance, freeze duration. We do need our freeze resistance. This is another summoning thing. But armor-wise, like defensively, it is worse than what we have, so I'm probably not gonna. That's a thick slice of nope. Casting speed doesn't matter to us. Winds of Astrakan, that's for casting. Mantle, that's acid poison damage. No. Nope. No upgrades here, but we have Marmor tier above that. Another set of augments. Now we already bought some of those for rings and amulets. I believe it was only rings, maybe. The Slith Venom tongue, Slith Venom that we are applied for poison and bleeding resistance. So I'm wondering what we get here. Elemental damage doesn't help us. Vitality and chaos damage does, but it would cost us resistances. Poison and bleeding, which we... I mean, we are good on poison. We're actually good on bleeding as well. I have some of those augments in reserve. So I can just remove them for now, and if I need them, I can reapply them. So this could be an option. Not this. These are all wrong damage typing. And health regen, we can do better. Oh, these are two-handed. These are for weapons. We don't have any augments for weapons yet, so... Yeah, we do not deal cold damage, so we cannot use that. Okay. So we could just grab one of these for the increased health, because we currently don't have anything better to apply to our weapons anyway. And we could buy the chaos damage bonus for our ring and amulet, which also increases our health. Let's buy a bunch of these, actually. We have money to spare. Bunch of these. And also let's look at the rings. This is Vitality Chaos damage. Blood Frenzy. Blood Frenzy, is that a onslaught supporting node? I believe so. The elemental resistance is neat and all, and the chaos damage isn't bad. Do we replace any one of those that we already have? We do not want to drop the stun duration. And the impulse is increasing our slow rest. That doesn't matter really that much. So we could drop the impulse bonus. The percent chaos. The other one, the Void Touched Weaver Band, is giving us flat chaos damage, which is handy. This could be an option. What do we have here? This is the wrong damage type. Someone familiar, we are not using that. Vitality Poison, no. Let me just check something. Did my stream drop for a second there? No, doesn't look like it. Okay, weird. Physical fire, no. Yeah, so we could just consider one of these rings. Not that one, this one. But Frenzy is not a skill that we're going to be using. I believe that's an onslaught support skill. Actually, let's not talk about what I believe. Let's just have verifiable information. Open wounds, Blood Frenzy. No, Blood Frenzy isn't that. What is Blood Frenzy? It is definitely a skill that's on our tree. This is Blood Frenzy. Oh, that's the attack speed one, which is what we do want to boost. Okay, yeah. So I am gonna buy that ring.
Come see what's left of my wares.
Just one, I think. I do not want to be dropping that stun duration reduction.
Iron well spent.
So let's swap this. I will need to replace the component, and then I apply this to this ring. And the amulet. That will boost our damage slightly, not massively, but it also increases our health. And these will go to the weapons. So our health, almost 4k, sorry, almost 6k. It is 6k. All right. I'm gonna go swap the component before I forget. Which also reminds me I didn't then talk to Kasparov again for the second quest.
Let's take a look, shall we?
Not blow it up. I want the component. Keep add-on. Apply to this one. Okay, let's talk to Kasparov since we're here.
There you are. Come, come. I have something that requires your penchant for violence and survival despite all odds.
Oh, great. What is it this time? See, now you're getting the proper attitude, boy.
Nearly a century ago, a man named Oswald Hargate created the first slith. Needless to say, it was all a huge mistake, and the man paid for it with a lifetime in prison. But what interests me is the how. You see, Hargate harnessed the Aether in order to perform his mutagenic experiment. If I could get my hands on his notes, perhaps I could use his knowledge of the Aether to reverse some of the damage the Ethereals have caused to the local flora and fauna. I've been searching for Hargate's lab for years, bribed the right people, even visited some prisons, and I believe I know where it is hidden. I was in Burrwitch putting together an expedition when everything turned sour. Now I'm here, and the discovery is more important than ever. I'd send Darlet, but after her performance in Burrwitch, I'm reluctant to give her more than a rag to wipe the shelves. Will you be my liaison? I have a rowboat in Lower Crossing, just past the bridge out of the prison. If you take it northwest, you should find Hargate's Isle, and underneath it, his lab.
These notes sound dangerous. I'm not sure anyone should have them. You forgot to add, especially not you, but I guess we don't have many inventors around.
I don't appreciate the suspicion. After all, I've trusted you from the beginning, despite your, disability. Besides, sometimes we must deal with dangerous materials in order to push the boundaries and benefits of science. So how about a little more confidence, yes?
I will find these notes for you. I'm not necessarily saying that I will give them to you, though. You can actually make different choices there. But I'm gonna leave that until I've resolved the entire quest line here with Cronley's gang, so that we are not getting distracted. And immediately run into money bags. He stuns. So good thing I didn't drop my stun resistance any lower. Why are you casting the... What? Why did he cast the mines over there? I'm standing right here. Are you confused? Ouch. Okay. Lesson learned, don't create distance with him. If you're in melee, he doesn't throw the grenado. Nice. Same done. Empowered Mutiny, that's a pistol. Crawl Edge is an axe, which we do not want. Mage Storm, Martin's Crest of Thunder. Not for our build. That's a Purifier medal. Well, it doesn't only have to be used by Purifier, but Inquisitor and Demolitionist, and we are neither. So, for us, that's a normal Spirit Totem at least. It's not Forsaken or, God forbid, Ancient. That would be bad news. That doesn't mean it's gonna be easy, because who knows what enemies we are getting from there. It could be from the first expansion and we might be in trouble. But I'm actually not that afraid of undead. Ethereals were worse, I think. Yeah, these seem to be fine. Although there is once again a corrupted guy, which means Aether damage, which I am still weak to. Go on, cast it, cast it, cast it. Okay, I'm gonna have to just start fighting and stop luring it out of him. Oof. Where's the damage coming from? Somebody's disabling me. Oh. Good thing we have the reduced cooldown on the... Who is... Are you freezing me or something? Who's doing that? Lie down. There we go. Whew. Okay. Even for a bunch of normal skeletons and a ghoul or two, that was surprisingly dangerous. Actually, I'm just gonna stop clicking on these. I have a button for that. Void Tear. Or is it Void Tear? That's a new epic that has an awakened version. That's... I can't remember. It's, I believe, a Chaos Werewolf or Chaos Onslaught. I might be talking out of my ass. It's definitely a Chaos Berserker. Offhand. I believe there's also a Chaos version of Winds of Asterkarn, which is like this channeling spell. So it might be that. I would have to look at the Grim Tools to remember what it is. I mean, I've read through all the items in the expansion, but there's just so much, I can't remember all of it. That's why I have a handy spreadsheet with everything that I need to know about conversions and items that provide them. I might eventually post it somewhere for other people to use. Annals of Arkovia. Except from the Annals of Arkovia gives us quest or... Oh, we are supposed to... Yeah, collect the Annals of Arkovia in Cronley's hideout and bring the Annals of to Amkala at the rover camp in Old Arkovia. So that's a quest that we need to complete somewhere in the Arkovian foothills. This is an easy sacrifice. So, devotion. I was actually thinking, did I skip one devotion point? But no, I did invest it. Let's build up the tsunami. Or rather, let's build up 2 tsunami. And I got a level 2 skill points. Why am I... Why do I have 2 extra skill points? Did I drop some somewhere? Did I forget to invest them? I don't know. I guess we build up Blood Frenzy. It's % damage for our chosen damage type and attack speed. Everything we could want. Damage-wise. I'm really surprised that I had 2 spare skill points. I would understand 3, right? I forgot to level up, but 2? How do I do that? The wonders never cease. When it comes to fucking up, there's always a new way. There's actually gonna be a number of points here where things would go differently had we made different choices in certain quests. I'm gonna point them out when we get there. Ooh, that hurt. That was the Blade Spirit, probably. I have to say, as much as I like the sound effect of the, what is it, rallying cry, it's kind of loud. Louder than usual. At least louder than all the other effects. I'm clawing people to pieces and it's quieter than this shout. You would expect there would be a lot of screaming. Celestial again. Let's kill him before he drops it on us. Got it. Well, almost in time. Oh, so many gunners. And Aether guys. Please no. I'd rather you wouldn't. Chill Steel Redeemer, one-handed mace. This will be worse. 51, so 1 level away from getting the saved up legendaries or epics that I have in the inventory. Although, come to think of it, I still don't have enough physique to equip the pants. Probably won't for quite a while since I'm not climbing the Berserker tree anymore and I'm investing in Blood Frenzy. Maybe some of the devotions will be increasing my physique somewhat, but not enough. So here, had we not killed the Dirani, the guy that was sabotaging Devil's Crossing, destroyed the water pump and everything, if we accepted that his bribe in the form of the key to Salazar's Sanctum, then he would leave Devil's Crossing later, join Cronley's gang, and be here as an Aether Ascended gang member of Cronley's gang. So that guy deserved to die. We gave him a chance, and then he still joined bandits. Asshole. I love these little touches in this game, where you get to... Normally in ARPGs you don't really make choices. Either you're playing a CRPG and you make a lot of choices, or you're playing an ARPG and you're making none. I like that Grim Dawn kind of goes the middle route of still giving you the immersion of the stories, but cutting out a lot of the downtimes of having to talk to a lot of NPCs every time you make it to a town, because you might be missing quests. I go through the middle ground, highlight whoever has quests for you, and you can ignore the rest. And you do actually get to make some meaningful choices for outcomes on various storylines. I'm not gonna talk about that yet. There is one NPC that I'm curious if they're gonna show up in Fangs of Asterkarn. A character that we can kill or set free at the end of the first expansion that doesn't reappear in this second expansion yet. So maybe he's in the third? Would be neat. Unfortunately, we're not gonna find out on this playthrough because I am going to be going to the Fangs of Asterkarn content either immediately as soon as it becomes available, or after I've beaten the base game. So before the other expansions, but not immediately. Lore-wise, it would make sense to go there after we beat the base game. So since this is like a more lore-focused playthrough, I think I might complete the base game, even though it is very tempting to go to the expansion as soon as possible. Okay. Only one thing left to do. Actually, not quite. So across here is where we are going to encounter these nice shiny aether crystals. This is where we are going to encounter our boss here, but first, let's go grab some experience from quest rewards, shall we? So I actually picked up a lore note that I didn't read. The excerpt from the Annals of Arkovia. It falls upon strange times that a king would abdicate the throne of his own volition. Stranger still is the reason he gave his court. There is no other way to put it. King Rowan, the third of his line, had been struck by madness. Upon returning from a successful campaign against the barbarian tribes of Agaron's Peak, the king raved about a chance meeting with a weary traveler whom he called Mogdrogan. Rowan, in his generosity, offered the old man the use of his horse. The man, and here is where the king's tale loses all sense, declined the proposal and, speaking in a low voice that only his majesty could hear, instead offered Rowan a warning. The old man spurted prophetic lies about the impending collapse of our great nation and the fall of the beacon of the West, Arkovia herself. He implored the king to leave his title, his wealth, his very identity behind. There were some amongst the court who urged Rowan to see his madness through, greedy heads of Arkovian houses who saw this tragedy as an opportunity to seize power. The queen, the shining jewel of Arkovia, wept before her king and begged him to reconsider. Rowan was resolute. With a single decree, he shattered the royal line and abandoned his ordained post as king of Arkovia. Word of the king's madness spread quickly among the populace. To my great surprise, some of his subjects followed Rowan's lead, abandoning their livelihoods to follow their despondent ruler into a life of poverty, lost identity. It has been 3 fortnights since the fateful day. The queen lies dead in her chambers. They say she had died of sorrow from the loss of her king, but I suspect more clandestine causes. The court has fallen into chaos as the great houses bicker amongst themselves for the empty throne. With no end in sight to the squabbles and no clear line to the throne, my patron, Lotus Vagra, has called for the formation of an oligarchy, ruled by the heads of Arkovia's elite. No good can come of this. Of that I am certain. These days, I cannot help but wonder if Rowan's prophecy was a self-fulfilling one. Or perhaps this storm was a long time coming, and we were merely too blind to see it. I fear for Arkovia, I fear for her soul. Theodocus Vagra, scribe of Arkovia. So, we will actually get more context for this now, so I'm not gonna splurge any more lore. Hello, friend of the Rovari. I apologize for interrupting you in your important travels, but I must ask something of you. Something that requires utmost care and trust. yeah, since we have enough reputation with the Rowari, or the Rovers, she's actually giving us a quest that is kind of ahead of us, like far ahead of us. But first I want to address these Annals of Arkovia. So I have found some texts you might find interesting. That is an astounding discovery. I thank you in the name of all Rowari for bringing these texts to us. I will make certain that all rovers who visit here learn of their contents. Farewell. Hello, friend. That's she's giving us the quest again. What is it? Far to the north, in the frozen Astakarn Mountains. Things of Astakarn. But yeah, she's not wrong. Far to the north. We're still ways away from that. There's a shrine dedicated to Mogdrogen, patron of beasts and guardian of the Rowari. For generations, our people had visited Mogdrogen's sacred altar in order to pay homage to the day that he bestowed his wisdom upon Rowan and inspired our people to leave Arkovia. But the shrine has become tainted by the vile cult of Chthon. Followers of the dead god have desecrated our sacred grounds and destroyed the shrine of Mogdrogen. What can be done? The shrine lies in ruins, its runestone and spirit taken by the cult into the void. We cannot allow this symbol of our people to be lost to history. Please seek out the void rifts torn open within the Bloodgrove and the Plains of Strife. Lovely places. Bloodgrove, Plains of Strife, who wouldn't want to go there? Recover the pieces of Mogdrogen's shrine. Bring the parts back to the shrine and place them upon the altar along with the beating heart of an ancient beast. Its noble sacrifice will serve as a catalyst to fuse the broken pieces into one. Once you are finished, be prepared to dispatch whatever vile Chthonians have infested Mogdrogen's lands. For this, the Rowari will be eternally at your service. I will restore the Shrine of Mogdrogen. Okay, let's talk to Quaid. How goes the hunt? Moneybags Martin is dead. Ta-da! You are ruthlessly effective. I hope he screamed for help. He's wailing unanswered by those old mine tunnels. In those old mine tunnels. Thank you, you've put my mind at ease. You are welcome. So, that's all the talking done. We did get a level, so I'm gonna invest the skill points. We are now level 52, which means these all become available to us now. I should technically look at them now before I go to the boss fight, but we've spent a lot of time talking now. Or rather, I have spent a lot of time talking, so first I'm gonna deal with the boss. Then we go through the items afterwards. Now this is gonna be bad. Because my Aether resistance is 3, and as you can tell, this is a very ethereal colored place. Our portal is here, so if we die, we have a easy way back. But this is gonna be a bad time. Well, good thing is, we can deal with these before the fight even starts. Because he will not defend them.
So Bourbon's dog has come barking. You should give up trying to act the savior. It doesn't suit you. Humanity is already doomed and a new power is rising. Get on board like I did or go extinct. Well, that's not quite true. The Ethereals will need new vessels, so I'm sure they'll keep some domesticated humans around to breed like livestock. You know, I heard you were taken when they found you. I bet your offspring would make good vessels.
Why are you after the prison?
Isn't it obvious? Devil's Crossing may be a prison, but it's like a fortress and controls the roads to Burrwitch and to the west. The Ethereals wanted to capture it, and you know, as much as I wanted out of that place, I think I've grown nostalgic for it. This time, I get to play Warden, and I intend to have some fun, just like old Krieg did. Tell you what, give me Devil's Crossing and I'll put in a word for you. Maybe get the Ethereals to keep you around as a breeder. Either that, or I'm happy to do things the painful way. Painful for you, that is.
Can we end this peacefully?
What kind of milksop did Bourbon send after me? Don't you know the name Darius Cronley? Before the Ethereals showed up, I was the biggest public menace in these parts. My name inspired nightmares in children, makes men tread quickly past dark alleys. I'll take you apart slow, piece by piece, like I did to so many victims before. I must say, I'm really going to relish this.
Actually, I didn't get to ask him about Elsa, and I think I still can. If I do not answer any one of these and just close the window. I start the conversation again.
So
Yeah,
Bourbon's
I can
dog
do
is
this.
gum barking.
Okay, so where's Elsa?
Mornay's little sweet thing? I pity she escaped. Oh, the delicious things I could have done with such tender flesh. She fled west, but she won't get far. Half troll tribes hold Smuggler's Pass, and with nowhere to run, my men will soon retrieve her.
Okay, let's murder this guy. Or rather, let's get murdered by this guy. Bring this. Ooh, okay, yeah. I'm gonna need to get some Aether resistance real quick. We thankfully do have a way to do that. It's going to cost us some damage, but I can get some Aether res up. Because this... I mean, going there with 3 is just a bad idea, and I just got rid of some Aether resistance stupidly. I can gain some here, so I will do that. I cannot take this on. This is not costing me any Aether resistance, so might as well. It is costing me Aether resistance because I removed the components, but I'm going to put it back in. This doesn't help us with Aether resistance, so no. Aether res. Let's see what we can do. Radiant gem on shields and caster offense, we cannot use that. This we can use. 20% Aether res. Purified salt. There's also, I believe, imbued silver. Or isn't there? I thought imbued silver was for... Oh, that's chaos. Okay. Then yeah, probably this is our best option. Purified salt to both our weapons. That's gonna be a major boost. Okay, I'm gonna move the components to the helmet.
Let's take a look, shall we?
Also wanted to check the keep add-on. Keep the item. This item. Apply the purified salt. Okay, now we're going in with 62. That's much more reasonable. And this, I mean, it's not gonna help us in this fight, but yeah. Since you're swapping the items. And regarding the medal, I'm gonna be losing some crowd control. I'm just gonna keep this for now. I'm still not gonna be swapping to Hellhound, but I could consider it soon-ish. I will move. Okay, let's try this again. This should be much more reasonable. Should kill some of these ants. Yeah, this is much better. Still not great, I mean he hurts, but tolerable. I do have to get out of these ground effects. When he has this shield on him, the blue shield, he takes significantly less damage. Now the problem isn't that he takes less damage per se, the problem is that we deal less damage to him and therefore we lifesteal less. So we start losing health much more rapidly to his attacks. He just can't recover fast enough. There's one endgame fight that is like a secret endgame fight that is basically all about enemies shielding themselves and you having to swap to a different target so that you can sustain. Unless, of course, you're playing a regen build, in which case you do not care about lifesteal. Almost done. There we go. Bloodborne, Untamed Rage. It keeps popping up. Stop it. I want to read. Here's bleeding damage. The attack speed is nice, but the rest of it, not so much. At least not for our build. It can be a best in slot ring for some builds, but not for this one. Another thing that's, like I mentioned, there was several points that like split decisions. If we... Oh, we can make a choice here as well. Aether Cluster. This cluster of Aether Crystal appears to be the source of the corruption. Its destruction would see an end to Cronley's mad designs. You hear faint whispers in your head as you approach it, as if a multitude of voices were calling out to you from within the shard. This basically only affects what reward you're going to get for this. If you destroy the laboratory and the crystal, I believe you get some just small Aether shards, and if you keep some of the crystals for yourself, you get a more valuable Aether shard. So I'm gonna do that. Yeah, it gives you Aether Cluster, which is consumable, that for 8 seconds reduces all damage that you take by 75%, which is insanity. Sign of Noxious Wounds, that's an acid sword. Another point that splits, like a split decision, is cages. If we went to the old harbor here, or new harbor, sorry, and we killed the guy that was basically enslaving the inhabitants. If we killed him, the Cronley's gang up above would see us killing him, and when we came back there again, basically everybody would be dead, except for Alicia, and she would task us with rescuing the children that Cronley's gang, as a revenge, kidnapped. So these cages, there would be 2 children in here that we could rescue, and we would be delivering them to Devil's Crossing, to Constance, who was already taking care of 2 kids. Constance is the seamstress, so that's a different outcome for this quest. And there is Igor the Brawler, that we spawned from the bounty in Devil's Crossing. There we go. Ordered Ascended Shoulder Pads. Yeah, that's not for us. Check the time. Okay, yeah, I can keep going for a little bit longer. I'm not as tired as I expected. And with this, we've basically dealt with all of Cronley's gang. We are going to encounter them once more later on. But yeah, even with the increased reputation gain or infamy gain with Cronley's gang, I mean, we did make a lot more progress than we normally would. Also because we have applied a warrant. But yeah, this is not... We will probably need to do like 2 more rounds of this to be able to get enough reputation. Now we're in Undead Land. That hurt. Balda. Be wary, travel. The savages living up in the Four Hills have destroyed this once magnificent structure in an effort to trap their victims. With the bridge gone and the road to Smuggler's Pass washed out by storms, the way north is barred to us. Is there no other way? There is one other, but you would be a fool to try it. South of here, there are ruins of the ancient city of Arkovia. There is a passage there through the Arkovian Undercity. It leads into the Broken Hills. Broken Hills. Actually, this is not a time for story time. But who knows where Broken Hills is in another game. There's another franchise where Broken Hills features. You would be wise to turn back. This is the realm of the Cursed Dead. The Cursed Dead? Yes, the remnants of Arkovia's cursed people. Their tale is a tragic one, but none could tell it better than Amkala back at our camp near New Harbor. I will have to speak to her, alright? So, we're going to go back to Devil's Crossing, we're going to swap back the components that we placed just for the Aether resistance. So, keep an item, keep the item, we're gonna craft 2 Rift Stones again.
Safe out there.
Our blacksmith is really getting a workout with our constant component swapping just to solve resistances. So that is Rift Stone.
Don't get killed out there.
Fixes our damage back up. Did I gain a level that I didn't invest in anything? No, I didn't. So go back to the bounty table, report in. More negative reputation with Cronley's gang, that's what we're after. I'll step away from the bounty table, talk to Mornay.
Well, is it finished?
Darius is no more and his gang is scattered.
The world is a little safer today with that monster dead.
Oh boy.
Now what of Elsa? You must have seen something.
Darius did not have Elsa.
Damnation. Perhaps she escaped and ran for Homestead. Or maybe they sold her. I have to go back out there. If there is any chance that Elsa still lives, I have to find her. I owe her that much.
What do we do now?
Now that we're not in any imminent danger, we need to deal with a more subtle enemy. Starvation. Devil's Crossing is running out of food and our supply runs are coming up dry. We need a reliable source of food and we need it fast. Barnabas has some ideas as to what we can do. Speak to him immediately.
I'll speak to Barnabas. Okay, so that's a level up. Now, oh, I now realized why I was only... I forgot to invest a level and I had 2 skill points available. Why was that? Well, because we are over level 50. Yeah, up to level 50 you get 3 skill points per level. After that, between 50 and 90 you gain 2, and from 90 to 100 you gain only 1. I had forgotten about that, or rather, I knew about that, but I kind of didn't put it together that I'm over 50, so that's where the 2 skill points came from. Now, we have a decision to make. Do we start going for the Hellhound now? Because we do have some items that are actually helping it along. With this medal, which I can slot in now, which is +3 to Hellhound, and then we have... this is +2 to manipulation, but there is damage to Hellhound. Or just damage to all pets in general. It might be a bad decision, but bad decisions are made to be taken. So, okay, I'm going to respec some points. If I regret it, I can always walk it back.
What trouble?
Now, question is, where do we take those points from? I think we could sacrifice some of these. We do want the attack speed here, the flat chaos damage. It would cost us % chaos damage, but might be worth it for the Hound. And on Berserker side, if we having the Hound take aggro for us, we might not need as many points in Rallying Cry. Let's try that. If I drop this to like 20% heal, let's say. I don't think that will drop our movement speed below the threshold. Our maximum is 38, but that's fine. And if I drop...
What troubles you?
I mean, this is gonna be super painful, losing these points. That's so much chaos damage. Also vitality resistance, but let's try. Not all of them. I'm gonna reinvest one back because we have a bonus to it, +8. That's massive. Okay, here goes nothing. I'm gonna put a point in the aura, which gives us back some of the chaos % damage and flat chaos that we lost. And give it Ember Claw for some AoE and also the ability to taunt enemies to it. Let's see how bad this is. It's already set to aggressive. Now the Hellhound will benefit from some of our auras. Not this. This is not an aura. This is buff just to us. But it will benefit from Amathok's Pact and this increased attack speed and chaos damage that will apply to him. And this also will. So some heal to him, 51 offensive ability, whatever. No crit damage, trap duration, sure. Let's see if this does anything, or if... I mean, our damage has absolutely tanked, I'm sure. Actually, it's not completely catastrophic. Where were we? We were like nearing 30k? We didn't tank that badly. Maybe we've gained enough in return. So I can sell most of this stuff. I do want to... Oh, I do also want to swap this over. So let's do that.
Need something broken down? Bring me back something interesting.
Come see what's left.
Still don't have enough to put the pants on. So I'm gonna be running around pantsless. Well, not pantsless, we have different ones. Sell all this. Should probably read through some of it, but it's unlikely it's gonna be upgrades.
See you around.
Hey, so I should speak to Barnabas. Let's do that.
Come, friend. Share a glass of clean water with old Barnabas to celebrate your victory in Burrwitch.
Mornay said you have a plan for our food situation.
Right to business, then. Before the world fell apart, Burrwitch got its food stocks from the vast farmlands to the northwest. With the bridge repaired, we need to find a way back to Homestead. The journey will take you far to the northwest, and I haven't a clue what's out there. Start by following the road out into the Arcovian foothills, all the way through Old Arcovia. With luck, the old coastal bridge near Twin Falls still stands. If that's not an option, you'll have to look for Smuggler's Pass. It's an old smuggling route that ran through the Broken Hills. It should connect to Homestead. We must find out whether the farmlands can still support us, or if the Grim Dawn claimed them as it did Burrwitch.
What can I expect out there?
Nobody's been as far north as Homestead in months, so I can only imagine what sort of horrors have crawled out of the mountain crags following the Grim Dawn. Stay sharp out there.
We already know that we cannot go over the bridge in Twin Falls, so through the Smuggler's Pass it is. Now, next thing we can do, since we gained the quest here from Kasparov, we can go check out the Slith laboratory from Hargate and decide what we do with the formula that we find. Now, that quest is up this way. This is the only place in the entire game where you will be like traversing through both. So sometimes you get this quest, and if you're not paying attention to what Kasparov is saying, like, wait, where am I supposed to go? He tells you there's a rowboat. You wouldn't think to click on this, because those are usually not interactable. Thankfully, our acid resistance is solid. Our Aether, not so much, because I just unspec'd out of it. Spec'd out of it, not unspec'd. So there will be probably some Aether damage sources here. The majority is going to be cold and acid, which we can deal with quite fine. Our doggy doesn't even really have much opportunity to deal damage. But looking at him, it's not encouraging. I mean, it's damage, I suppose. It's aggro taken off of us. We haven't even really built up any devotions into pets yet. We could have. There's one that's kind of within reach, the stag. That'll probably be the thing I do next after I finish Tsunami. And the Hellhound is already dead. Yeah, no, this is... Even with max skill points in him, like level 20, without support from items and devotions, he's probably not gonna be useful. I might have to save this either until much later in the game, or I'd straight up swap into the pet only at end game. Our damage is still holding up, thankfully. Worse than it was, but not catastrophic. Yeah, the doggo isn't really helping much. Unfortunate. Oh, the dog is dead already. Yeah, I'm gonna spec out of it. Nah, it's too early for that. I was hoping that maybe he could at least contribute some damage, but no. And he doesn't have any resistances, so all of the damage that enemies are doing he's taking in full. And I know what it was like when I had no resistances to certain damage types. I mean, hell, we just saw what it did when I was fighting Cronley. Without enough Aether res, I was just dead. So, can't blame the doggo for dying when I'm not giving him any tools to survive. But then again, you know, then I made the mistake of essentially sacrificing a medal for the pet damage, and now I'm gonna be getting rid of it again. The medal is useful in other ways, I think, as well. At least increases our health, gives us some crowd control res, so it's not completely wasted, even if we don't have the Hellhound, but yeah, the other one was giving us way more crowd control resistance. Not just stun, but slow, entrapments, freeze, petrification. Basically every type of crowd control that you could take, it was helping against. Dog is dead again. Hated with beasts. Understandable, I've got quite a few of you. There's a lore book here. I also am aware that I didn't read the 2 lore books that I picked up at Cronley's den in his laboratory. I will get to those, I didn't forget. Oh, that was entry number 2. Where is entry number 1? I don't remember. If I maybe passed it. Because there is something I didn't explore here. Yeah. Maybe I passed it there. I see a monster totem. That's not encouraging, because beast monster totems are a pain in the ass. Oh wait. I did pick up Hargate Journal entry number 1 up top, didn't I? Yeah, never mind. I have it. Was too busy talking and not paying attention to what I'm picking up. And there's acid water here, so like you need to be moving carefully. And I'm not even sure it's like pure acid, because my acid resistance is high, but I'm still taking a ton of damage from it. Might just be straight up shaving percentage points of your health. So just keep moving. Careful where you stand. Oh, doggo is still alive. I know you're trying your best, doggo. Ooh, that hurt. Again, that's not the acid damage, that's the projectiles that they fire at us also deal some physical. It's the dog. So that's what's shaving our health off. Because our acid resistance is fine. Our health pool could be bigger, but That's always true. You could always have more health. That's third entry. Dog is dead again. Yeah, I'm gonna spec out of it. It's just not there yet. I mean, in the final build, which by the way, if you input exclamation mark build in chat, you will get a link to Grim Tools, to the final build that we're going to be playing at endgame to this. In the final build, our dog will be kind of disposable. Oof, that hurt. Will be kind of disposable, like we'll not be building up his survivability too much. But we will be able to afford that there because these sets gives us the... Why do you hit so hard? Holy shit. The sets will make it so that we are able to resummon the hounds super quickly. So we will basically be using it for attacking, yes, but also basically as a living bomb because the dog has an on-death explosion. So we'll just be able to spam them out. Exalted effigy, now fighting Forsaken Totem here. Among this acid water is gonna be a pain. I'm gonna lure them out to a more stable ground, which is also full of slits somehow. Come on, get me out of here. Is it barricaded? That's a dead end. I went to a dead end. And I forgot to open a portal. God damn it. Yeah, I'm gonna respec out of the hounds while I'm here, because that was a mistake. I was too ambitious with that. I'm sorry, Doggo, but it's not your time yet. We'll get there. But not yet.
Farewell.
Okay, so we reinvested back in second rights. And back in... what was it? Yeah, Rallying Cry. You don't actually probably need that many points in Rallying Cry, but... why not? Oh yeah, like I said, I didn't open a portal, so I'm gonna have to hoof it there. But thankfully we are moving pretty fast now. And we also have 2 mobility skills, or I guess a mobility skill and a dodge. So we do get there quickly. I'm gonna read through all the lore notes after we've dealt with this quest. Gonna be a lot of back-to-back reading, I'm sorry. I'm also no voice actor, so you'll have to listen to my droning. But I do also want to... I'm just not doing it just for the benefit of the stream. I'm actually kind of interested in going through the lore again. It's been a long time for me. Okay, this time I'm not gonna make the same mistake and I'm gonna actually open the portal. As soon as we get close. This is good enough. Actually, I'd rather open it on stable ground, not on acid. It opened over acid anyway. Oh well. Oh yeah, what is our damage back up to? Yeah, we lost like 6,000 if we spec out. The guy's unstoppable, so we cannot knock him down or anything like that. That hurts. And I jumped into acid again. Oh, it's the Rift Scourges that hit so hard. They're doing Aether damage. Was good. Still like hurts. Okay, I'm gonna lure them out because I do not want to be fighting them in the acid. Yeah, these are enemies that you will be fighting in the first half, ouch, of the first expansion. So again, these are enemies that are, like, in terms of type, way ahead in the game. Okay. That was tolerable. Dawnbreaker's Duty, that's a lower level version of an endgame set. Codex of Maligosta, not useful for us. Dawnbreaker Duty is a lightning retaliation set that I have some thoughts about. It's a good set, absolutely. It's a super powerful build that you can make around it. My concern with it is that it supports Shaman. It's... God damn it, can I... Just so I don't talk nonsense. Yeah, Shaman, a Soldier. Soldier is the second one. And Inquisitor. Now, the Inquisitor support side is super weird to me. Like, building without either one of the two masteries, either Soldier or Shaman, leaves the set in a very awkward place. I feel like the bonuses that it provides to Inquisitors simply aren't worth the sacrifice. I'm not sure I've ever seen... I mean, I haven't looked too extensively, but I don't think I've ever seen anybody actually use that set with Inquisitor. And make like a respectable build out of it. Doesn't mean they're not out there. I could be wrong, often am, but... What was that damage? Did I just lose 6k health? Like 2 shots. Are they doing Aether damage? This is one of those times when I wish I had the DPS mod that tells you what damage you're taking from what. Because I'm really curious, like, is it just physical damage and I don't have enough health, or is that Aether eating through my low resistance? Because like these Rift Scourges, this has been a constant issue. I took like 5,000 health worth of damage from one normal Rift Scourge up on the previous floor. How is that possible? I mean, oh, I see how it is possible. Oh, okay. These enemies are level 72. I'm sorry, what? I guess I'm not supposed to be here yet. Yeah, I have 90% chance to hit them, so I'm basically never critting them. They can crit me. I did not realize this is such high-level area. I'm starting to doubt... Wait, so the enemies that spawned from the totem, were they also level like 70-something? It should scale with the area, not the player, right? I would have to rewatch the footage, which I cannot do. If you noticed in chat, do let me know. Because if I killed actually a level 72 monster totem, that is kind of impressive, and I'm not surprised that I died there. I'm surprised that I didn't die more. But yeah, I'm not supposed to be here. I didn't think that through. I thought it would scale down with me, but no. These are level 72 enemies, so I hate to think how tanky the end boss here is gonna be. Yeah, 70. No wonder everybody's hitting so hard. It's not just that they're able to crit me, they also scale their damage based on their level. So even enemies that I have high resistance against will hit like a truck. At least compared to my health total. Fucking hell. Okay, this is gonna be bad news, right? Start to finish, this is gonna be... I'm actually gonna turn on the health bars. Because I wanna see just how insane the health total is gonna be here. 2.5 million. That's actually not catastrophic. That's a Sunder. Okay, there's some effect on the ground that I'm not seeing doing damage to me. Get out of there. Oh, that's hitting me. I thought I was out of range. Mistimed my dodge. I'm actually able to do damage to her at least, but I need to stay out of this. Difficulty is finding a space to stay out of it. I need to find a safe spot somewhere in there. Alternatively, I could just be a stubborn bastard and just stand there and keep attacking her. And hope that my life still carries me through. Although that's almost certainly not possible. Is this safe? This is safe. I'm getting hits from behind the door, asshole. There's a ghoul carrying me through. Can you please? I have to say I've never had a fight like this with her. Because usually when I come here I'm well leveled. Appropriately strong. Fucking hell. Yeah, I mean fighting a level, what is she now, like 72? As a level 53 undergeared werewolf is not ideal. This is gonna be a zerging mission. Either that or I just abandon this quest for now, because yeah, I am not supposed to be here. Oh, she's under me. Okay, for how much? 42%, yeah. Figures. I'm thinking where's a safe space to fight her. I don't think there is such a thing. Oh, stop running back. I'm trying to get him around the corner, but he just keeps running inside. Motherfucker. Do we keep trying? I'm gonna give it one more whirl. Yeah, this is just super unsafe because she's just way over-levered for us. I didn't expect this to be so high level. 73. I mistimed my dodge. Okay, you will do this and that will kill me, right? Not quite. Trying to think where I'm gonna run when she does this. This is not safe. I mean, hugging the door seems to work. Issue is I'm exposed there so she can keep attacking me. I mean, half of her health, almost half of her health is gone now. Most of my health is gone now. No, 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 no. Don't. Get my heal back. Okay, that's her Sunder. Ghoul proc. No! Fuck. Yeah. Nah. Okay, I'm gonna finish this off. Because I have made a decent dent in her health. But yeah, don't do this at home, gates. This is not a reasonable way to play. Yeah. Because I'm boosting my reputation gain so much, I'm unlocking some of these quests way earlier than I should. Can I just lifesteal through this? I can. Sort of, if I have ghoul up. Shouldn't have done that. Don't! Fuck. It lasts too long. I'm just curious, how many deaths do I have already? I would guess it's around 50. 34. Okay. Well, we'll make it to 50, don't you worry. Graveyard zerging at its best. There really is just no safe space here. When she puts up the... There is safe space here. But I can't exactly stay here. Because she will keep shooting me there. I didn't have dodge, but it somehow missed me, or it got blocked by the bars. Oh, this is still hitting me. Come on. Die already. I do not want to go through another cycle. You bitch. And now she healed again. Some health. Not like like 300,000, I think she recovered. This is so stupid. I mean, technically, I am so stupid for going there even. I'm not supposed to be fighting a level 73 boss. But I am a stubborn bastard, and also someone who apparently is unable to dodge. I'm casting the curse and it's just not going through. Now it is. Stop going back and... This pathing is annoying. I'm trying to click along the wall, but if I move the mouse a little too much to the side, my character will decide to go to the other end of the wall, so I start walking forward into her. That's obnoxious, I must say. I've died because of this 2 times already? 3 times maybe. She's recovering health every time I die. I again mistimed my dodge. I can stay here and not take damage from that. Now I take the thunder. Oh! What was that? It looked like it didn't trigger and missed me, and then it triggered anyway. Well, the ill-advised expedition continues. Yeah, level 70 amulet. Because, yeah, this is a level 70 area. Not suitable for level 53 werewolf. No wonder the Rift scourges it so hard. Formula, this is what we came here for. That is the 4th entry of Hargate's journal. We have dynamite to open this up. Aspect of Baronath, that's a brand new material. That is Fangs of Esterkarn exclusive. Distilled essence of the great beast, progenitor of monsters and demigod of the Kern. Baronath. There's a number of items related to Baronath. Oh, Chaos Gaze. That's a Chaos Amulet. Occultist. Is that a replacement for our Putrid Necklace? If we can afford to lose the Poison Res, then yes. Can we afford to lose the Poison Res? Kinda, but not really. I could replace one of these. My bleeding dropped now, so I cannot really replace the Silk Swatch here. I could craft... oh, I have Dense Fur here. I can craft an anti-venom salve, apply it here. And then I could swap the amulet. So I'm gonna put the Chaos Gaze in here. I'm gonna send all my materials home. Pick up the reward here. Mind Warp. That's an Aether Sword. It actually is a very interesting weapon that has a triggered buff that has 100% uptime. So once you attack with it, you get a massive Aether buff that sticks with you as long as you keep attacking. Because it applies for... how long is it? Oh, there it is. It applies for 3 seconds and has no cooldown. So if you have 2 of them, you have 2 buffs going at the same time. As long as you're doing any damage to any enemies. It also has a 100% proc chance, so it will always trigger. There is no downtimes. As soon as you start fighting, it's on. A very fun weapon. Okay, so... Kasparov, you and I need to have words. I mean, it was my choice to go there this early, but still. I can blame you, right?
Do you have something for me?
Am I gonna be an asshole and not give it to him? Oh, let's just...
Good, good. Hand it here. Let's see what old Hargate had cooked up in that lab of his. Something on a relic he's used. That's a start. By the stars, it's all a mess. This will take some time to decipher.
What exactly do you plan to do with these notes?
Well, sate my curiosity at worst. Find a way to revert some of the mutations induced by the ethereals at best. Where we fall in the spectrum depends on if I can ever make any sense of this jargon.
Good luck, I guess. You only have to read. Do you have any idea what I went through? I'll give you a piece of paper. Okay, where do we invest this? I'm guessing here. Attack speed and kills damage always helps. I'm gonna sell the stuff. Oh yeah, I wanted to swap around the amulets, so put this one on. Even though the onslaught bonuses don't help us, the kills damage, yeah, that's a hefty boost. That's like 10% increase. We will just also a Chaos Gaze has a proc Black Star that you can see on the left. Projectile, 3-second recharge that will drop enemy resistances by 15. Just all resistance is minus 15. So that will increase our damage quite a bit when it procs. Good single target damage bonus, essentially. But we now need to fix our acid resistance. So I'm going to go remove the... Well, first, I'm going to check, just so I'm not making changes that don't work. And realize it's too late. We need anti-venom, salve. Can we apply it to a belt? Yes, we can. So let's do that. Fix our acid resistance.
Tinkering is my specialty.
Keep the item. Apply this to fix our acid res. It's not quite capped, but good enough. And this has black tallow on it, right? Yes, it does. Chaos damage, chaos resistance. Sure. Keep the add-on. Apply it to our amulets. Okay, now we have a lot of reading. I have like 4 lore notes, 5 lore notes, and we also... Sorry, even more lore notes. I'm gonna break it up a little bit so that I'm not reading for 10 minutes straight. This is not something we want. Oh, this is Elena's necklace, the thing that we got from the boss, which is for Spellbreaker, so Nightblade and Arcanist. We are neither. This is not gonna be useful. These belts, yeah, all of this will be level 70 because the area that we found it in was way over us in terms of level. Yeah, this is a level 68 shield. I should not have been there, but we made it through after many a struggle. Massacre, that's a blueprint for a level 90 relic that I got as a level 53 or now 54 mystic. Yeah, I already have this one, so I can just sell it. The Mind Warp also level 65, like... That was a stupid decision. But I'm nothing if not persistent. Still a quote from one of my favorite content creators. I'm a patience elemental. If you know who I'm referring to, good on you. He's a good egg.
Iron well spent.
Hey, I wanted to go talk to Amkala in Old Arkovia because she has some extra info regarding the Arkovian curse, which is the area we're going to be going to next, since we're done with Cronley. I think we can talk to her. We can't? Really? What can you tell me about the area? Did you know that Arkovia is the ancient birthplace of the Rowari? I could tell you much of this land if you have time for a tale. Oh, okay. So we do get to these dialogue options. I thought some of those dialogue options only unlock when we bring her the book, Annals of Arkovia. Please, I'd be interested to hear the tale of old Arkovia. The ruins that dot the landscape here were once part of a thriving culture in ancient times. Arkovia prospered by acting as a trade hub between the western lands and the Great Lake. From the little fishing village of New Harbor, that's the one next to us, which is hardly a harbor at all, the stone pylons of Arkovia's once massive docks can be seen still jutting from the water, wood long rotted away. How did Arkovia fall? Arkovia was a proud city, but its people were overly obsessed with war and titles. The nobility constantly maneuvered and plotted against one another, sometimes leading Arkovia into civil war. Some seasons, little was planted as the common men from different fiefs were called to arms by lords squabbling with one another. Eventually society collapsed and a weakened Arkovia became easy prey to outside powers. Provinces were lost and the domain of Arkovia contracted. The city itself was never conquered by foreign foes. Its death was far more sinister. What did happen to the city of Arkovia then? In the final years, decades after Rovan, the last king of Arkovia and the father of the Rovari, abdicated the throne, the great houses came to outright war over the vacant throne. Eventually, an oligarchy formed, comprised of the most powerful remaining houses. Each was ever maneuvering and plotting against the others, all believing that if they could only seize power for themselves, they could usher in a new golden era for the city. Their machinations brought only destruction and misery, hastening Arkovia to its ruin and driving them in turn to pursue desperate measures that brought them ruin on a catastrophic scale. Its weight is still heavy upon this land. You mentioned necromancers played a part in the final fall. She didn't actually. But okay. The final doom of Arkovia, that which has cursed these lands ever since, was indeed delivered by necromancers. Necromancy is an ancient art, but it flourished during the early days of Arkovia's history. That is until it was outlawed. Necromancers were hunted down and jailed in the steppes of torment. There, they were punished for their transgressions against nature. The dark art could never be fully stamped out. It is said that one of the necromancers imprisoned in the tower never aged, even after decades of imprisonment, and they found that he could not be killed by any means within their power. He was known by the name Uraboruk, and his seeming immortality turned against him on the torturer's table. In the end, though, he had his vengeance. How did this Uraboruk manage to carry out his vengeance? As Arkovia waned, the oligarchs became increasingly desperate and driven to extreme measures. When they learned of Uraboruk and his strange immortality, they were foolishly intrigued. The great houses lusted for the secret knowledge by which they could achieve immortality for their bloodlines, and they thought to compel that knowledge from the necromancer. Uraboruk played upon their desires and betrayed them with a false ritual that they were all too eager to believe. The souls of the Arkovians were bound eternally to their cursed city, while their mortal flesh decayed. I sense there is something you're holding back. Yes, the most terrible part of this tale. I had thought not to speak it, but you seem determined to seek the full truth. The last part of the tale is of the children, birthed after the ritual's magic had been taken hold. They entered this world horribly deformed and inhuman. Their feet were said to be clawed, and from their backs sprouted diseased plumage, like the feathers of birds who feast upon the dead. Not many venture into the broken hills anymore, but those who do say these accursed children of Arkovia have endured, and now prey upon travelers who pass through those lands. Thus the doom of Arkovia was complete, wiping out the past and future bloodlines of the great houses and cursing these lands to this day. I have to be on my way. May your path be true. Okay, well, with that much yapping, I'm actually gonna skip these lore notes for now, because I don't want to keep reading forever. What time is it? Can we continue to the next checkpoint? I believe we can. It's not too far, if I remember correctly. So, let's go to Twin Falls, which is the next step forward. The thing that we should have been doing if we didn't go on a suicide mission to Hargate's laboratory. Oh, there are undead. This is so much easier all of a sudden. Who knew that if enemies are appropriate to your level, they're kinda easy to kill. Couldn't be me. But lesson learned. Next time I'm doing a playthrough like this, skip the Hargate lab. Speaking of areas that will be a little higher level than we are, I believe this place, this is an optional side area. Yeah, enemies are slightly higher, not too much, but... Oh, that reminds me, I didn't turn off the numbers on enemy health bars. I used it for the fight with Elena, but actually I should read some of the Hargate's lab notes, because they are relevant to the boss that we fought. Okay, I'm gonna read them after this. Because Elena's story is kinda horrifying. Actually, not kinda, just straight up horrifying. I'm gonna have to do a little loop around, because this is a rather broken terrain and we cannot just walk through the Colosseum normally. You lie down. Oh, I already triggered you. Yeah, I should clear the area first, because you're gonna be doing some area denial. And I don't want to be running into enemies when I'm on death's door, potentially. Especially since some of these enemies are priests, which will heal nearby undead, so I need to get rid of them before I start damaging the boss. What? Okay. Interessant. That was, I'm guessing, a lot of physical damage. What is my freeze duration reduction currently? Did I drop all of it? I don't think so. Freeze is 42. That was a long-ass freeze. Man. I mean, I could fix it. I could apply frozen hearts to my rings, which will give me 21% freeze resistance for each. But I think it might not be necessary, because I think if I stay close to him, he might not be using some of his freeze abilities. I could also talk to these people. Seems like they're having a grand old time. Alan Fletcher. Please do something, he's going to kill me. What do I care? I'll handle this. Julius Cole. Hold on there, Traveler. You wouldn't want this pretty lady's brains to spill all over the ground, would you? I did see some iron. So, options. We could pay him off. We could kill him. We could kill him for a different reason. Or we could just leave. Well, let's talk it out. Let's not do anything rash. I do not need 300 iron bits. I'm fine. Thank you kindly. You go on your merry way now. Weren't you supposed to let her go, maybe? Get out of my sight. You poor stupid thing. Gotta say, you're making me feel a little guilty. It's all a sham, Han. You got swindled. We do what we gotta do out here, and it sure beats aiming a gun at every traveler that crosses us. Now, get going before you give away our little scheme. So, we can take our revenge. For 300 coins, which I don't really care about. Or, you don't have to live like this, tell her about the prison. A safe place? I forget what that even means. Did you really take us in, even after what we pulled? You did what you had to. You deserve a second chance. I don't know what to say, I thank you. See you in Devil's Crossing. Okay, let's have our revenge on Karnas, which is the guy that killed us. Well, technically it was his minions that killed us, but he was responsible with that unethically long freeze. I mean, what the hell was that? So we're probably gonna have to try to time our dodge so that the freeze misses us. But I'm not sure he telegraphs it enough that I will have the time. And also, I believe the projectile that he fires that freezes splits into multiple. So we might dodge the main projectile, we might still be getting hit by the shards. Which would suck. Open the spoils. Let me check. Okay. Was worried there for a second that I'm on the wrong scene. In OBS. That would suck. Because that would have been up for a long time. So I last touched the keyboard in that area. Colosseum Horrors. Open this. Skeletal Knights. I'm gonna open the portal this time, because I'm expecting to die again. I would rather not, but... Okay, that was the freeze projectile. Let's get in close. Ow, that hurts. Now I'm gonna dodge, because he's gonna fire it off again. What? Oh, it's not just him. There's another guy that freezes. Okay, that one has been dealt with. Oh, he fired it even in melee range. So I just need to dodge it. Ah, that was too fast. Yeah, but I'm getting through him. That hit hurts so bad. Yeah, okay, being up against these pillars, what's hurting me? The projectile is just breaking immediately on the pillar before I have time to react. Stop with these overheads. That's a... Oof. Almost got hit by the second one. That would have probably killed me. How big of a sunder is that? 42%. Can I somehow get past these projectiles? Ooh. Don't hit me with that. And this is a lot of area denial. Like I said, it's better to have the fighting space for this. Fortunately, it doesn't get much better in melee because of not only the thunder, but his overheads and the projectiles that he keeps casting. Yeah, like look at that hit. Immediately followed by thunder. Oh, you have another thunder. Yeah, that's just impolite. 2 thunders and a lot of area denial. And these side optional areas are kind of mean. I'm not talking about the Hargate lab, that was just my bad going there too early, but like this is kind of level appropriate, but the boss is a meanie. I should go pick up my corpse before I die again. I would expect... Okay, now he's 100. Unfortunately, he has another one, so... And I almost walked into it. You are very demanding of my attention, boy. And I don't appreciate it. Shit. Okay. These back-to-back thunders. Dude! Stop it. I think my ghoul is on cooldown. Yeah, this is immediate thunder into thunder. Oh, just barely. Yeah, okay, I basically have to use that dodge on cooldown. Or it happens. Ah. It was going so well. I mean, it well is a relative term, but in this context, you know, as well as one could expect. But no, that didn't work out. You are really mean. And we're only halfway through. I think he gets stronger also. He has a enrage. I could possibly just come back later, but you know me by now, probably. You know I won't. You know I will try to do this now. If I dealt with Elena, level 73 boss, then I'm gonna do this to myself here as well. Dodged and it still wasn't good enough. Holy shit! This is just not a good place to fight him, which is exactly why they put him there. He just fires projectiles in such a stupid cone. If you dodge one, you possibly run into the other. You cannot dodge past him because the projectiles fire behind him as well. This is just really mean. Okay, that's done. On this one, I can actually deal some damage before he tries to sunder me immediately again. Okay, no, I'm not doing this. That's way too annoying to deal with. I'm gonna skip him and do it later. I could graveyard Zerg it, but you know what? Let's push forward, get to the next rift gate, and then I'm gonna try it again. Okay, it's time to maybe gather a little bit more strength, maybe some items, and maybe just come up with a better strategy. Holy shit! Even you are really mean. Just a normal ass hero. I mean, he was reflecting a good bit of damage against me. See another monster totem up there, I think, and a shrine. I don't think that one will yield anything, because our progress in the devotion tree isn't quite yet at the point where we will be getting the devotion proc. This out. Maybe before I go to finish off Karnath, or rather attempts to not get finished off by Karnath, I will read also through the lore notes for Hargate. Look at that, a necromancer, Balvaruk. Greetings, you do not know me, but I have heard of you. I am Balvaruk of the Order of Death's Vigil. Your exploits lead me, there should not be an S. Your exploits lead me to believe that you may just be who I need for my assignment. Assignment? Yes, I am here to purge this land of several malevolent spirits. Your tainted presence has corrupted Arkovia long enough. However, my masters have underestimated the degree to which these ancient oligarchs have surrounded themselves with their former subjects. The Arkovian undercity is swarming with the dead. Admit far more than I could handle without the aid of my brothers. You are quickly proving to be a force of reckoning this world has never seen. Continue. Travel down into the undercity and banish the spirits of Nomos Dread, Aldos Vagra, and Rovenakur. When you are finished, seek out my companion Calderos at the entrance to the Steps of Torment. He will guide you to your final target. Alright, let's do that. If I remember correctly, there's a hidden passage in here. I mean, it's just gonna lead to a stash of items, but after all, this is an ARPG. Items is what we are after. Okay, let's open this. Forgotten passage. Collect forgotten passages within the ruins of Old Arkovia. 1 out of 3. Okay, I believe the hidden passage is in here, yes. Now down here we see an NPC giving us a quest that's... This is where we are going to be exiting the Undercity that we are just headed into. And past that is the next checkpoint, which is where I'm gonna stop for today. Probably actually shouldn't be going any further already, but you know what? I'm persistent. I might actually maybe leave Karnath for the next stream. Let's see how I feel when I get to the checkpoint. Just a second, I'm gonna need to refill my water. Ready? Ah, those knights again. I think some of these I might not even be able to lifesteal from. There we go. Let's just do this quickly. Eastern Robes is not useful for me. That's a cold and maybe lightning caster. No, it's actually elemental damage bonuses, but primarily focuses on a skill that is cold and lightning. And it's rather difficult to convert. But yeah, I should invest the point. Physique, I mean, that's not gonna make much of a difference. It is helping us get closer to the ends that Actually, I can already equip them. Nice. Pierce resistance, vitality resistance. It will cost me physical resistance, which is important. Armor, defensive ability, but increased damage. And losing some health, but not too much. I mean, 215 health is usually not gonna make a difference between living or dying. We could equip our first legendary now. I will need to swap the component though. Oh, another totem. How strong is it? Forsaken. Yeah, I forgot. Open the portal. As per usual. More of these guys. That's a thundering. Looks like. That was a thundering. And this guy is corrupted again. So 8 damage, which we don't resist. That wasn't bad at all. Now hated with Arcovian. Oh wait, I didn't even notice. They updated the naming. They were just called... Or no, maybe not. Ah. I thought it was just undead. Am I crazy? I think it was just undead, right? And now it's Arcovian undead. So are we going to be meeting other undead that are going to be in a different faction? Interesting. I didn't expect there to be many undead in the next expansion. I mean, I know there will be some whites and stuff like that. But I guess, yeah, it makes sense to split them up. Divine Steel Shoulder Guard, that's lightning damage, elemental resistance, and a lot of it. Bleeding resistance, and a lot of it. No entrapments, though. Vulnerability, rallying cry bonuses. I think I still keep the ones that I have, even though, I mean, the difference in armor rating is incredible. 236 versus 922. Pierce, stun, entrapment, though. Vulnerability, that's 2% increased damage just by virtue of reducing enemy chaos resistance. Rallying cry is a heal. Do I even need the elemental res? Kinda, but not entirely. Bone weave leggings. Vitality damage. Vitality and chaos res. I mean, bleeding res is slacking, so no, I cannot really swap those pants. Plus, I'm already gonna be swapping them for something else. Now, before we go into the Undercity... Oh! That's a new NPC. They added NPCs to here? Wait, let me clear this first. It is a brand new NPC in the base game content. Oh. Does he maybe have something to do with the increased ability to farm Cronley's gang reputation? I mean, I know they increased how much reputation Cronley's gang gives us, but maybe they did something beyond that to make Cronley more farmable. I am very curious what that is. Okay, now nobody's gonna be interrupting us while we're talking. What the hell? Even has a rat like Hallion did. Johnny the Scar.
You know who I am?
Oi, what you getting in a man's face for, hey? It's Boneback. Nice what? You blind or stupid? That's my dog. Your dog? That's a rat. Now you've gone and made me upset. Get now before I lose my temper. What a wit. Can tell a dog from a rat. Okay then. What are you here for?
Don't you know who I am?
You seem suspicious. Oh yeah? An expert on the suspicious types? Go around many ruins ripe for the plucking? Let me tell you what's suspicious. A wanderer nosing about someone else's business out in the world. Able to get those squishy orbs plucked right out. You and what army? That rat? Okay, this is the same dialogue. What are you here for? You're blind? You're gonna tell me that's a rat? Most loyal pup I've ever had. Okay, that's a different dialogue. Interesting.
Don't you know who I am?
What are you here for? There has to be a purpose for this. I can't even fight him, right? So... Don't tell me this is the new Cronley nemesis. That he's gonna eventually spawn and start hunting me down. That would be kind of funny. I didn't even explore this. What the hell is his purpose? I am so curious now. There has to be something. Maybe there's something hidden in here. Maybe I have to come back. I mean, he's far away from the portal, so he's probably not gonna be someone we need to go back to repeatedly, because that would be just kind of inconvenient. I don't see anything here that would be relevant. The Cronley gang. What is his purpose? This is a rhetorical question, by the way. I do not want anybody telling me what... Hey, no, I do not have the Ice King set. I'm currently level 55. But I'm gonna be working towards it. I already tried respeccing to Hellhound a little bit ago, but it's not worth it. He was useless. Granted, I realized I was testing him in an area I went to because I have a lot of reputation gain boosters. I unlocked Hargate's laboratory, the like advanced quest for Devil's Crossing. I unlocked it and went into it, and it was level 72. I was level 53. It didn't go well. I died like 6 or 7 times just to Elena. Not a good time, you. What have you been doing? Got an endgame build already, or are you also just starting out? Okay, so Ulraprax wasn't too bad. I guess we have good enough lightning res. So yeah, these are easy. Unfortunately, Karnath isn't. I mean, Karnath was annoying before, but with the addition of Sunder, he's much worse than I remember. I don't really want to fight him again, but I'm so fucking stubborn. What is this guy's purpose? There has to be something in here that I'm missing. Rob's retaliation gear. Huge retaliation gear. I've looked over the Grim tools, and like there are definitely endgame and even like mid-game retaliation items that have been added, but maybe you're just getting strange luck. I don't know what this guy is for.
How do you know who I am?
I would like you to lose your temper, at least I would know what you're for. You're for killing, but you're just here for chatting? That doesn't make sense. Okay, it's gonna make sense eventually, right? Maybe he's just actually the new Cronley nemesis. You just get to meet him early. I don't fucking know. I'm not gonna go back there. My corpse is still in here, but this is just bad times. I'm gonna come back later. After I've maybe made some progress down here. That sucks. Oh, by the way, guys, if you input !build in chat, you will get a Grim Tools link for the final build that I plan on playing with this character. It doesn't have all of the ascended affixes, because I'm not sure quite how reasonable it is to expect to get everything. Oh, Dragon Honor. Oh, really? Huh, interesting. But are you sure you checked the mythical version of Dragalanor? Because there are 2 versions, maybe you just looked at the wrong one in Grim Tools, because, I mean, 900 on Grim Tools, that would be too low. Also, it's worth noting that the Grim Tools can be wrong, because I know I looked... Today I was making some modifications to the planned build for this character, and I noticed that there are just some lines of text missing. Like the... what is it called? Recklessness up here. This 8% chance on crits to reduce the cooldown of Rip and Tear. on Grim Tools is just not there now. It was there before. Now it's just reducing defensive ability, but... I mean, defensive ability is important, but I would argue the more important part is the ability to reduce the cooldown of the skill that it's supporting. So I don't know what's going on there. I mean, damn it, I'm sure has had his hands full with all the updating, so like mistakes will happen. Set up. Okay, this is the... And I haven't been here in so long that I don't even remember the layouts anymore. I think this has 3 floors. Because Killerian is at the bottom, right? I might be talking out of my ass. I think this is where Killerian is, right? Oh yeah. The charges on... Also, if you play Demolitionist with Grenado and... Either Grenado, Canister Bomb or Stun Jacks, then those have charges if you skill up... what is it called? Ulzuin's Chosen. Up at the end of the Demolitionist tree. So you can have charges on a bunch of stuff. Which is really cool. It's gonna be kind of painful to play, I think, though, because I have a Barrelsmith build which uses both Grenado and Canister Bomb, and not only did you have chance for Ulzuin's Chosen to reduce or to reset the cooldown of the skill, but now you also have charges, so you will just be able to spam them, and sometimes it will give you the charge back, sometimes it won't. So like keeping a track of when your cooldowns are actually on cooldown and when they're not. It's just gonna be constant spamming of the buttons, because it's easier than to just look at your skill bar. So that's gonna be some serious hand fatigue. And that build already was major hand fatigue. In addition to that, some of the procs that the set got, Barrelsmith, now reduce the cooldown of Grenado and Canister Bomb respectively, depending on which proc you get. Because the pistols have like a dual wielding weapon pool skill. So now you not only will be resetting the cooldown with Ulzuin's Chosen and getting extra charges, but also lowering the cooldown periodically with your weapon pool skill. So it's just gonna be, okay, pick buttons 3 and 4 for your Grenado and for your Canister Bomb and just basically spam them the entire time you're playing the build. It's gonna be so painful. Ages of Men here is kind of like that as well, because of the ability to refund charges on Reprisal, the 3rd support node. That's also going to be quite annoying. And are you retaliating? And why are you taking so little damage? That's impolite. Thankfully, at least you're not doing too much damage, but... Did you spawn with Chaos Resistance here? Sure. Okay, I'm gonna check. Is this... Does he just have a lot of health? No. Okay, so he has Chaos Resistance gear. There's no way he's taking this little. Let me see it. No Chaos Resistance here. Nothing here. Nothing here. What the hell? Huh. Okay, well, that's a double rare. Unfortunately, we're not playing Retaliation Renaissance, so that's not for us, but... At least they're dropping. That's good to know. But it was one of them. Oh yeah, that's the other part of the text. Yeah, removes cooldown on Aegis. Yeah, I'm gonna build around that as well. And they are really adamant about you not using it for retaliation builds, because it is similar to the conduit for Aegis of Men here. It gives you like minus 45% total damage on retaliation. Because they just know people would abuse it. I mean, I think people still abuse the Pierce one, even though it gives you like minus 50% total retaliation damage. They still use it for retaliation because it's just so easy to stack that damage. I'm kind of curious about the... I don't think I've ever seen anybody use it. The Sign of Burning Vengeance that gives you, I think, lightning retaliation, Aegis of Men here. Lightning shield sounds fun. Yeah, these guys are fine. I mean, almost Dread did take a while to kill, but he wasn't dangerous. But holy hell, is Karnet annoying. Yeah, it is. Did I filter out items? No, I didn't. I would love to start crafting some Berserker relics, but I haven't found a single new recipe yet. 55 levels in. Like, I swear there were some lower level ones, but I should have found one by now. I have done quite a number of totems already, which is a good place to find them, and nothing so far. Though I have been granted the blueprint for Massacre, which is a level 90 Shaman relic for bleed, for completing the Hargate's laboratory, because it always gives you a relic recipe. And yeah, because that quest is so high level and I completed it way earlier than I should have, as is my want, I got a endgame relic recipe on a mid-level character. I still haven't read through all these lore notes that I've collected. And I said I would. Oh, these retaliating knights again. Need to wait for the shield to drop, so I don't end up killing myself on them. This is a big place. Oh. Well, I'm not running around to get you. So you get to live. Or unlive, I guess. Oh shit, I forgot to assign a level. Yeah, let's finish this off. Actually, do I need all of those points? Yeah, this is where it stops growing per level in terms of attack speed. What is gonna be next? I probably keep climbing up, right? Recklessness isn't super important to us yet. I actually don't really want to use Rip and Tear all that much because it's not giving us any sustain. This is. I mean, it is more damage. But, yeah, I guess I should. But I also should be climbing up here. And getting this. This is probably more important. So yeah, I think I'll climb to Bone Chilling Cry. Also still haven't swapped to the Demon Bone Pants that I've been carrying in my inventory for 5 levels. Well, I couldn't equip them on level 50 because I didn't have enough physique, but now I do, and I still haven't swapped. Because I didn't have a reason to go back to town. Probably do that before I try Karnath again. Consecrated wrappings. Oh, there's another monster totem. Maybe we finally get a recipe? A blueprint, I should say. Recipes are for like soup, not relics and armor. Slaudos. Someone's... Oh, that's the cold boy. I do not want to test how much that would hurt. Am I not able to lifesteal from you? What is going on? I am lifestealing. Just not much. Oh yeah, it's the... when he does the cold ring. Either I'm taking more damage or he's retaliating something. Oh, stop healing him. That's not polite. Only I'm allowed to heal. He's almost back to full. Piece of shit. Why are all of you so tanky? There we go. Again, Spectral War Shield. Slugger, that's a pistol. Not good affixes. Although, of the Void, that could be useful. What was it? It was a ring. Menacing something of the Void. Chaos Res, Bleeding Res. Nah. Already have Chaos Rings. This is good enough. No. I want to fuck up my resistances. Seems like a basic one. Oh, it is a Forsaken one. Okay, what do we get this time? Is it gonna be more Ashes of Mammoth enemies? This time I'm gonna remember, open the portal, because we usually die here. I love this touch. You are transformed and you do not have inventory space. He will not tell you he doesn't have space anymore, he will just scream at you. I guess roar at you. Okay, this is a good time to make the swap to the pants. Did I want to keep the Silk's watch? I believe I did. My bleeding res is bad. I mean, my bleeding res is actually really bad. Without the leg plates. Are there heavy bleed enemies coming up? I mean, they can appear anywhere, but I can't think of anyone specific. Well, maybe I can drop this for now.
Let's take a look, shall we?
Or I could just keep it. Ah, fuck it. Keep the add-on. 23 is okay for now.
Goodbye.
Although, come to think of it now, fuck, Karnath does apply some bleed. But if I get hit by the shards that apply the bleed, I'm screwed anyway, so guess it doesn't matter. Okay, let's make some money. Should probably spend some of it now. I haven't even expanded my stash, not that it matters. I'm not saving that much in terms of items. But I'm also not really doing anything with the money. It's a Vitality Shield. I hope this becomes a good Vitality Blade Arc item once it gets an awakened version. Because Wendigo, what is it? Howl of the Wendigo, one-handed mace for Vitality Blade Arc. Death Knights is not... I mean, it's better than it used to be, but I think it could still use some buffs. Though who am I to say? What? I have only played this on class that is no longer really supported for it. I tried it on Witchblade and it wasn't great. But if I do it on Death Knight proper, it should be considerably better. I sold something just now that I... Oh yeah, I did want to sell this. Although, come to think of it now, since I dropped the Bleeding Res on the pants, I might want to get this back. Also, the armor rating is just insane. Stun and entrapment would be sacrificed, but you know what? Let's do that. The belt is wrong on so many levels. Yeah, not this. Basically only need attack speed. This is not useful. Oh, the Spoiler's Crest, that scales support. Defensive ability, experience gain, entrapment duration, endless rage, that's the third note on Onslaught, which I am not using. I don't want to be losing 500 health though. Two-handers are still not good enough, because these are just gonna be carrying me for such a long time. I think I might probably gonna run with these until Blood Grove, and then I'm gonna just find higher level versions of the same thing. I'm gonna swap the shoulders. I mean, we are using faction shoulders at this point. That shouldn't be happening.
Shall we?
Although, +2 to vulnerability is decent boost to damage. That's minus 2% chaos resistance. But defenses are also important. I can always buy new ones, because it's a faction item. Come to think of it, I cannot get the final augments from this faction, right? No, not yet, not yet. Okay. So, let's open this Pandora's box. Burning, that's fine. Less fine is the fact that I'm frozen. Frost Revenants. Ta-da! Level. Which of the ever-living grove? I've already said no to those ones. So, let's do that again. Devil Tongue is a pistol for fire damage. Demolitionist. Not for me. Oh, before I forget, I should invest the skill points. I wanted to climb. Do I reinvest this final point here? No, I should go up here to keep boosting my damage. Holy shit. What was that hit? And the guy allocates skill points in peace. Chaos shotgun from a... what is it called? A heretic or whatever? Warlock, not heretic. This way. Gotcha. Still alive? Not anymore. Oh yeah, they don't bleed very much when they're ghosts. So my damage over time doesn't finish them off. Basically need to reduce their bleed resistance so that they have veins to bleed with, I guess. But don't ask me about the mechanics of that. It's magic. Just solve it with magic. You guys see the D&D movie? That was hilarious. Okay, this is the last oligarch. I think this is also the most dangerous one. Hopefully she's not as tanky as the others. Because she will be shotgunning us with these phantasmal blades. Maybe she doesn't do it when we're up close and personal. Because that would be real bad for us. Oh, fucking priests again. I'm healing them. Let's die already. She is dying considerably faster than the others, at least. Okay, that's that. At the bottom, we will have Killerian. Hold this up. Maybe some new expansion materials. Eldritch Essence and Wooden Bloom. Unfortunately not. But I mean, we got lucky that we found it too. I'd forgotten what they were called again. Some Asterkarn Spirit or whatever it was called. Already found 2 materials from the new expansion. That is a lot of guys. All of them adds. Well, not all of them. Some of them spawned later on into the fight from the ground. Okay, that wasn't too bad. I think Killerian should be pretty fine, because I think he deals fire and vitality damage primarily with his abilities. And we are maxed out on those resistances. I wish we could... Priests again. Like fucking fallen shamans from Diablo 2. Bringing everything back to life. Just in case I'm wrong, I'm gonna open a portal. Because I often am wrong. Nah, he's going down. Ooh, that did hurt. That did just proc my rule. That's not ideal. Get out of that. Get out of it again. Almost there. Easy. Easy breezy. Wish I could say the same for Karnath. I am gonna go try and finish him. Because I hate to leave stuff undone at the end of the stream. If I started the fight, I should finish the fight. Death Omen. Was that what he was carrying? Oh, he did drop his Skullbreaker, so it was probably a random drop. I mean, that is kind of respectable. It's almost competing with my offhand. I am not sure how. I mean, it has high base damage, but it's physical. We do not convert chaos, physical to chaos very much. So that's surprising. And Death Omen, that's a Vitality Axe. No, Mace, Vitality Hammer. We do have a Cold Stone because I prepped it ahead of time. That's another Devotion Point. Almost done with Tsunami, even though it doesn't align with our current damage type. It will eventually. And damage is still damage. Alright, that leads us back out, because the exit from this level isn't down below, it's up here. I completely walked past it. It was just too focused on fighting and chatting. Yeah, this is the way out. Good thing that they put in this shortcut, so that you don't have to run back. Actually, yeah, you could run back. Innova. This is one of the few quests that gives you attribute points if you complete it. And the earliest one that you can get. Please stay your weapon, mortal. I ask only that you hear out my plea. What is it you need? Many ages ago, my people made a grave mistake, and now we pay for our hubris, eternally bound to this land. But our children do not deserve the fate placed upon them by our curse. My daughter, Lutra, now stalks the broken hills as a hideous harpy. She suffers for my sins in the body of a monster, bitter, twisted, and having never known a mother's love. Please, mortal, find my daughter. Deliver a swift and merciful end to her eternal torment. If you do this for me, I will gladly give of my essence to strengthen yours. I will do as you ask. One interesting thing that I've noticed with the Arcovians, universally, no matter what their station, they all seem to be kind of okay with the fact that they got cursed. Like, we deserved it, our children didn't, but we did. Like, did Minova really do something so bad that she deserved to be eternally cursed for undeath? I don't think so. I think the writing could have been a little more like, where are all the pissed Arcovians that Uroboruk cursed all of them? There have to be some, right? I'm guessing the guy up here is still just standing there menacingly. Still don't know what he's for. And it's too much of a hassle to run back up there, isn't it? No, it's not. Yeah, no new dialogue. What the hell are you for? Do I have to bring you another rat? Somewhere? I already killed Halion, so that's not happening. Okay, let's go die again. Because I don't think that this fight has improved for us. Did I invest the... I did. I can't imagine this has gotten any better. It's just gonna trounce me again. Yeah, level 60. Bastard. Full of ads. Oh, that's my corpse. I haven't died since. Nice. There's the Sunder. Fortunately, another one is following immediately after. And now he's following with this one. This is the problem. He just Sunders constantly. Yep. And you have to do all of this while he's hitting you with those stupid projectiles from above. Dodged it. It's gonna be another one. Okay, maybe I can abuse the terrain. Make this a little better. But in that case, I should run here. Yeah, I can abuse the terrain. If I'm on the right side of him, that was mistimed. Ow! Oh shit, I ran right into it. God damn it, it was going so well. I thought I had the rhythm, but nope. One wrong step. That's the loss of... Actually, I recovered some of the bleeding rest, so that was just me not being tanky enough. I hate you, Karnath. You were such an easy boss before Sunder. You were, one could say, pretty chill. Get it? Because he's cold enchanted. What joke is not made better by explaining it? Ooh, that almost hit me. There comes the other one. And this one. Oof. Okay, dodged it. You're almost dead. Don't fuck it up now. Okay, okay, okay. We're doing it. Yes. Finally, Jesus. That was what, like 5 deaths? Yeah. These side areas are so mean. And worst part of it is the shield that he drops. As beautiful as it is and as fun as it will be to build around, not even useful for us. That's for a ritualist. A cold bone harvest ritualist, which is something I absolutely want to build. Shaman with shields is not a build or a playstyle that is very commonly supported, so finding any excuse to do that combination is very alluring to me. The weirder the build, the more I want to play it. Which is why I'm starting with a pets fighter hybrid. Okay, so we finished kind of everything that we started. We're gonna be continuing Twin Falls, Broken Hills next. But I still wanted to go through some of the lore notes that I collected. So if you're up for a little bit of story time, I'm gonna finish the stream by reading through all the lore notes that I've collected, which is quite a lot, regarding Hargate's laboratory and some of the Arkovia storyline. Because this is also a lore playthrough where I want to like get the full story from vanilla game all the way to Fangs of Estekarn, because there's gonna be a bunch of new lore that ties onto the base game. So I'm gonna sell all of this, read through the lore notes, and then I'm gonna have to call it quits, and we're gonna continue tomorrow, same time again. Yeah, I already said no to that. This is level 60, yeah, that's understandable. They were also high level in that Colosseum. Oh, there's also the lore note for Karnath himself, which I didn't read either. This one was level appropriate, 55. Almost right on the money. Yeah, I already have one of these saved up with a lot of physical resistance. I so want to build around this eventually. This medal is not good enough. Alright, reading time. Where do we start? So this is Cronley's notes. Oh, I didn't even read the notes from Cronley's hideouts when I killed him in the lab. I didn't read those. And that's Hargate's journal, page 4, page 3, page 2, and where is page 1? Over here, that's Colosseum Horrors, that's Karnath's lore. Passing Judgment, and this is Arkovian lore. Alright, so in chronological order, we would be starting with Cronley. So, when the attack stopped and the Ethereals sent in their envoys, they knew they had us by the balls. All they had to do was squeeze, and any other man would have sung them a tune worthy of the Erulan opera. They've never contended with Darius Cronley. They came, 2 of them, humans in robes. Only thing that would give them away was the eyes. The eyes glowed that sickly aether green. They offered me a chance to surrender, a chance to live out our lives as vessels and breeders for their growing army. I sent their heads back on spikes, see if those spirits survived that. But when they came back again, with new terms, well, then they were speaking my language. I was to be a piece in their grand design, a master of my very own army of aether-empowered humans. All I had to do was to pledge myself to their cause and to plant one of their crystals within the mine. The rest, they said, would be revealed in time. This reminds me, there is a lore note about the implantation process into the Cronley gang members. That drops, I believe, from one specific boss, but unfortunately I didn't meet that boss. So that's a piece of lore that I'm gonna be missing. Okay, Cronley's notes, part 2. I'm gonna take a drink. The Ethereals left. They are headed north to Homestead in order to squash a human resistance orchestrated by the damned Black Legion. I've been left to my own devices, but for one caveat: eradicate Devil's Crossing. It is a task I will relish with great pleasure. There are so many ways I could squeeze the life out of Bourbon, but unfortunately I'll have to settle for just one. Perhaps after I behead his mangled corpse, I'll shove him full of aether shards and bring him back as a personal servant. Then I can kill him over and over and over again. But first, I must finish my glorious army. Another batch of aspiring followers is due to arrive within the hour. They have no idea of what suffering and agony is in store for them. Sometimes wish that more would die during the procedure. Dude, Cronley, you're such a piece of shit. The failed ones make for such entertaining playthings. Their screams echoing through the tunnels. Perhaps today I will have slit one's throat just for good fun. You are such a fucked up asshole. Come to think of it, is Ulgrim still here? He is. Okay, so I guess I have to push a little further for him to leave. Next up would be Hargate, since I did that quest next. But I really shouldn't have. That was painful. Hargate's journal, page 1. First day at my new lab. I must say I am thrilled to get started. The days of having my nose stuck in the books are over. There comes a time when studying old tomes reaches its limits. Eventually one must set out on their own to pursue new ventures and ideas not yet considered. It is our sacred duty as scholars to leave a mark upon the world. Oh boy, did he ever. My wife Helen and my dearest daughter Elena, the monster that we killed, will be joining me soon at our new home. Helen has expressed concern about our little girl growing up in a laboratory, so far away from other children, but I've calmed her down. Elena will have everything she requires, and Burrwitch is just a short boat ride away should she ask for a playmate. Together, Helen and I are going to do something no Arcanist has dared even consider: the creation of new life. The Aether is a wondrous source of energy, and yet nobody stopped to ponder its effects upon organic material. Helen's expertise, I'm tripping over my words, in the biological arts should prove most valuable in this endeavor. Hargate's journal, page 2. At Helen's recommendation, I have chosen the lowly green swamp adder as the basis of my experiment. Its short lifespan and rapidly shedding skin made for a malleable test subject. The initial results seemed promising at first. Using high concentrations of aether energy, we were able to instill various mutations within the specimens, creating new limbs or inducing gigantism. Unfortunately, none of the samples survived beyond a couple of weeks, their higher brain functions being seemingly incapable of handling the introduction of additional bodily elements. For our second batch of experiments, we molded the adders with a few growls captured by local trappers. The results were curious, to say the least. While this was not the breakthrough I was looking for, we seemed to be heading in the right direction. The dull mind of a growl was capable of adapting to its new body, but its primitive and disgustingly malformed physique would see me become the laughingstock of my colleagues. No, I must see this through to its logical conclusion. Helen may frown upon it, but the next step seems clear as day to me. Hargate's journal, page 3. I have sent Helen and Elena away for the summer to visit family in the capital. I continue my work alone. I tasked a few unsavory individuals to gather volunteers for the next stage of my research. Here, vagrants and rovers, people nobody would miss. The fees they charged were considerable, but I will pay any price when I'm so close to my breakthrough. The samples arrived in the middle of the night, delivered to their cells as promised. My collaborators took their pay and left promptly without asking any questions. Frankly, they looked a bit disturbed, but I was unfazed. They are but simpletons, unable to fathom the importance of my work. The specimens began stirring by morning, their frightened cries echoing through the lab. I explained to them that they were selected for an important duty, that their lives would finally have meaning and purpose. The scum should have been thanking me, but instead they cursed me as a madman and criminal. I dismissed their accusation and got to work. There was much to be done. Finally, Hargate's journal, page 4. Helen and Elena returned early from their trip, while Elena was otherwise occupied with her toys in the living quarters. Helen came down into the lab to find me in the midst of my latest study. The horrified look on her face is something I shall never forget. I tried to be reasonable. I explained that what she witnessed was merely a stepping stone, that those men and women died so that our work would not be squandered on snakes and grobbles. But she would not budge. My wife, my partner, had betrayed me at the most criminal junction. My work is too important to let emotional attachments get in the way. I did the only sensible thing. Let history judge my actions. With the unfortunate distraction dealt with, I returned to my results. The human-snake hybrids have proven unstable and violent. I was assaulted on several occasions while attempting to study their physical functions. but those attacks proved to be a little more than outbursts on the verge of death. All of the specimen died shortly after the procedure. Dissection revealed an incomplete hybridization of internal organs. With a dysfunctional digestive system, death was inevitable. But I wonder if perhaps the subjects were too old for the procedure to succeed. If I started over with a younger candidate, then perhaps I would finally have the results I see. Yeah, so basically this motherfucker turned his daughter into the first Slith, which is what her title was, Elena the First Slith, when we fought her. Actually, we will probably still see her title here because she will be the highest level enemy that we killed. Yep, Elena the First Slith. So he killed his wife, he turned his daughter into a monster, and that monster then continued to procreate and basically spawned an entire race of enemies that now appear basically all over Cairn. Well, not all over, we basically only meet them here in the roads towards Burrwitch, but I mean, holy shit. Arcanists, man. Okay, so Arcovian texts now. I don't actually remember which order I picked these up in. I think this is the first one I should read. Passing Judgment. This is to be a record of the passing of the final verdict regarding the practice of necromancy and its prominence in Arcovian society. The Grand Court has reviewed the case of one Olurok. Interesting name. Who had willfully and consciously committed the despicable act of raising the deceased form of his neighbor's wife and using her to torture and exploit the victim for personal pleasure and financial gain. Under the weight of undeniable evidence and witness reports, this court had no choice but to sentence the necromancer Ulurok, I keep mispronouncing it, and I will continue to do so, to hanging until dead. This crime is but a drop in the well of the sins committed by necromancers in our land. The people have spoken and action must be taken. For this and countless other crimes against nature, against the gods, and against Arcovia, let it be known that the practice of necromancy, the most vile of the ancient arts, is henceforth forbidden from the lands of Arcovia under the strictest of punishments. Those found ignorant of this proclamation shall be transported without trial to the steps of torment, where they shall be locked away for the last of their days in the deepest pits of anguish. You know, mostly reasonable. Apart from the section where you're calling the place where you're going to be putting them steps of torment, and the floor where they will be kept is called anguish. I think something's kind of fucked up in your society, but could just be me. The last days of Arcovia. As I write this, dark columns of smoke billow up from the port where the madness long polluting. What? Pullulating? That's a word I don't know. Where the madness long pullulating in the restive populace has finally boiled over. A blazing merchant's galley, abandoned by its crew and freed of its moorings, plows into a group of fishing boats, wood splintering, the fire quickly spreading among the sails. I hear the shouting in the courtyard below, and the clash of iron not far beyond. Woman screams repeatedly, her words indiscernible. For so long, we feared our doom would come from the barbarous mountain tribes, but in the end, we've been the instruments of our own demise, helped along by the insidious promises of the necromancers. It is not yet 2 months since the great rituals were undertaken, led by our ever-reaching oligarchs, rituals intended to bring immortality and ensure the lasting greatness of Arcovia. Ever the skeptic, I figured it for a sham, political theater at best. The ritual seems to have been a tragic success. This ritual was the invention of a necromancer named Uraboruk, a man imprisoned in the steppes of torment, who it is said did not age and could not be killed by any means. The leaders of the 3 greatest houses, including my own patron, Lodos Vagra, made an ill-conceived journey to the tower in hopes of compelling this Uraboruk to give up his secrets. Here, immortality worked against Uraboruk, as he was subjected to the most brutal and imaginative forms of torture that could be devised for a man who could not die. Finally, Roboruk agreed to instruct them in the ritual, and the oligarchs, blinded by their lust for immortality, were all too eager to believe his will broken and accepted the ritual as genuine. It has become clear that the people of Arkovia have indeed gained a form of immortality, but it is a cruel and twisted fulfillment of that promise. Our bodies still suffer the ravages of time, eventually dying and decaying, whilst our spirits remain trapped within, eternally bound to this land. I have witnessed this myself, as the sick and elderly, near death at the time of the ritual, remain with us yet. Their bodies visibly decay in the manner of a corpse, yet they continue on as though living, able to move and talk, still much the same persons as they were in life, yet not. All who suffer this death of the body become somehow less vital, less dynamic of thought. They become ever more narrowly focused on whatever concerned them most in life. It is disturbing to witness families that do not know what to do with their deceased, yet still present loved ones. More horrible still are the rumors of babies born since the ritual. Abominations, they say, deformed and bearing dark, grisly feathers. It is said that many forlorn new fathers. I read this as feathers and that didn't make sense. It is said that many forlorn new fathers have been seen trekking into the broken hills, bundling an arm to leave their unnatural offspring to the elements. The din of fighting and wailing continues on below. I expect it shall for quite some time, since the combatants cannot die by any mortal means. I will sit with my books and continue my writing for whatever time may remain, perhaps all eternity. Theodocus Vagra, scribe of Arkovia. And the last one, I need to drink, because that's a lot of talking. Coliseum Horrors. This is the lore note for, what was his name again? Karnath, the guy that we just fought, the big old guy. I joined my colleagues at the Coliseum to watch the gladiators battle. It was a perfect day, perfect weather, warm with a slight breeze coming off the river. Joined by good friends and a few skins of Elburg's golden wine, we even got good seats from a wealthy merchant who couldn't get away from some business he had to attend to. We could not believe the fortunes that smiled upon us. We were prepared for a great showing of bravery and excitement. What we saw instead was a nightmare. The first match was a simple duel between the veteran Karnath and some criminal whose name I immediately forgot. It wasn't a fight but an execution, an appetizer before the main show. In the opener, Karnath toyed with the man, tapping his sword and dodging his pathetically slow attacks. The crowd got bored and started booing. Karnath did a quick swipe and the man's guts spilled out onto the sand. The people roared and Karnath threw his arms up in triumph, turned his back on the criminal and walked away to bask in the accolades. But that was when things took a horrifying turn. The criminal was a dead man. Nobody could have survived such a vicious blow. But instead of dropping upon his own insides, he just stood there, looking at the intestines piling up in the bloody sand. What a visual. After a few breaths, the man staggered forward. I figured at last the fight would be over, but instead he surged forward, his guts dragging behind him, and buried his blade deep into Karnath's back. A silent gasp overcame the crowd as they witnessed the fall of their favorite champion. But he too did not stagger from the lethal blow. Karnath simply looked at the blade erupting from his chest, spat up a mouthful of blood, and pulled himself free of it. He turned slowly towards his would-be killer. In a rage, Karnath struck out and with a mighty clash of steel knocked the blade from the criminal's hand. With the backswing, he cut the man's arm clean off at the elbow. The now de-limbed criminal stumbled backward to recover his weapon, but Karnath had other ideas. The gladiator stamped a mailed boot down on a bundle of sand-covered bloody flesh that snaked its way from his opponent. With a heave, he pulled the criminal back towards him and proceeded with a series of cruel attacks that could only be described as butchery. The crowd watched in silence, horror and awe. The crowd watched in silence, horror and awe frozen on their faces as Karnath limbed the man, who screamed all the while for mercy, but would not die. His blood had long stopped pumping, but still, he would not die. Exhausted and confused, Karnath stepped back from his bloody work. The criminal, now just the remnants of a torso and a head, gasped and screamed. The gladiator scowled and walked out of the arena towards the barracks, with a dark purpose upon the blood-drenched sword he still clenched in his hand. The crowd remained for some time, stunned by what they had witnessed. Nobody came to help the butchered man who still clung to life at the center of the arena. Though not a word was spoken, our minds were as one. We all feared whatever malady had struck him so would befall us too should we get too close. How wrong we were to think that. The curse had already claimed us all. Our Palvos, first son of House Palvos. Sorry, Plavos, can't read. But hey, what is new? What an idea to do a lore playthrough without being able to read, right? So, that was brutal. No wonder that guy didn't want to fall over when we are trying to kill him. So, with that reading, I'm afraid I'm gonna have to call it for the night. We have completed basically everything that's led up to here. The only thing that's left that I still don't know what to do with is this motherfucker over here. This guy. He's actually not showing up. Do I have to move closer? Yeah. Really the scar. Still have no idea what he's for. I'm sure it's gonna become apparent at some point. Or maybe it's not gonna be apparent and it's some sort of hidden quest. It's gonna be, by Crate's standards, very cryptic, and I'm probably not gonna figure it out on my own. But I'm gonna try to keep this guy in mind, because I'm guessing he still doesn't have any new dialogue. I mean, we haven't done anything that would be relevant, right? So why would he change his mind? Yeah, no, still no new dialogue. What the hell is your deal, man? Maybe we need to complete some quest. It's gonna be later down the line. I mean, we are not done with Cronley's gang entirely. There's going to be some remnants of it here around Tyrant's Hold or the Arkovian docks. So maybe after we clear Tyrant's Hold, clear the docks, repair the bridge, maybe after the bridge is repaired, we talk to him again. Sounds like a plan. So yeah, I'm gonna leave it here, and tomorrow we're going to continue from Broken Hills into the Steps of Torment. I'm not gonna do the challenge dungeon there because there's a quest that will take us there later on anyway. So no point doing that now. But I will complete the quest that leads there right now, and then we will head out, hopefully reaching Homestead tomorrow during the playthrough. So thank you guys for watching, and hopefully see you tomorrow. Bye bye.